Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't believe I'm finally writing this down. I've kept this to myself for over 20 years, only telling a few close friends who probably thought I was making it up. I wasn't. I know what I saw that night, and I've spent half my life trying to rationalize it away. This happened when I was around 10 years old. My family had moved to a small house in Northern California, about 30 minutes outside of Sacramento. It was a pretty rural area, lots of oak trees, rolling hills, and not many neighbors. The property wasn't anything special, just a modest 3-bedroom ranch-style house my parents could afford on my dad's construction salary. What I didn't know until years later was that our house sat directly across from what was apparently a Native American burial ground. There were dense oak forests surrounding the area, and during the day, it was beautiful. At night, though, it felt different. The layout of our house is important to understand what happened. I shared a bedroom with my 2 younger siblings. I had the twin bed near the door, while they shared the bunk beds against the far wall. Our room was at the end of a hallway, and from my bed, I could see directly out the doorway into the dim corridor. That night, I remember it was unusually warm for spring. We had the windows cracked, and I could hear crickets chirping outside. My siblings were already fast asleep, my brother snoring lightly from the top bunk, my sister curled up on the bottom. I was still awake because I'd been reading with a flashlight under my covers, some Goosebumps book that, ironically, I thought was too tame to actually scare me. It must have been around 11:30 p.m. when I turned off my flashlight. I remember checking the little digital clock on our shared nightstand and thinking I was going to be tired for school the next day. The house was completely silent, except for the hum of the refrigerator down the hall and my siblings' steady breathing. I was lying on my side, facing the doorway, just starting to drift off, when something caught my eye. It's hard to describe the feeling. That instinctive alertness that floods your body when you sense something isn't right. At first, I thought maybe my dad was checking on us, which he sometimes did before going to bed. But what I saw, peering around the corner of my doorframe, wasn't my dad. I froze completely. You know how people talk about fight or flight? Well, there's a third response they don't mention as often: freeze. And that's what happened to me. I couldn't move. Couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. All I could do was stare at the thing that was looking back at me. At first, I only saw part of a face peering around the doorframe. The hallway had a small nightlight plugged into the baseboard, so there was just enough illumination to see. The face was red, not like sunburned human skin, but a deep, unnatural crimson. Its eyes were what captured me immediately. They seemed to glow slightly, fixed directly on me with an intensity I've never experienced before or since. Then it started to reveal itself more, slowly sliding more of its face into view. That's when I saw the grin. God, that grin. Its mouth stretched wider than any human mouth could, curling at the edges in a way that made my stomach drop. The teeth weren't particularly sharp or monstrous. They were almost human-like, but the smile itself was wrong. It was like it was amused by my terror. As it continued to reveal itself, I could see it had 2 horns protruding from its forehead. They weren't massive like you'd see on a bull, more like short, thick protrusions that curved slightly. The creature stood about 5'7" tall. I know, because its height lined up with a mark on our doorframe where my mom had measured my uncle during a family visit. The whole time it just stared at me, making direct eye contact, not blinking, not making any noise, just grinning that terrible grin and watching my fear. I remember feeling like I couldn't breathe, like the air had become thick. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it in my fingertips. I wanted to scream for my parents, but my voice was trapped somewhere deep in my chest. This standoff felt like it lasted forever, though realistically, it was probably only 15-20 seconds. Then, still maintaining eye contact with me, it slowly slid back around the corner, disappearing from view. I stayed frozen, staring at the empty doorway, straining to hear footsteps or movement. But there was nothing. Absolute silence. After what felt like hours, I somehow found the courage to pull my blanket over my head. I stayed that way until morning, not sleeping, barely breathing, listening for any sound of it returning. My siblings slept through the whole thing, completely undisturbed. When morning came, I was exhausted and shaky. I told my mom I'd had a nightmare, but I didn't tell her what I'd seen. Even at that age, I knew how crazy it would sound. She let me stay home from school that day, attributing my pale face and trembling hands to a possible fever. For years afterward, I slept with my back to the wall, never facing the doorway. I kept a flashlight under my pillow. I developed elaborate bedtime rituals that I believed would keep me safe. Specific prayers, counting to certain numbers, arranging my stuffed animals in protective formations around me. Looking back, it was clearly childhood OCD triggered by trauma. But at the time, I thought these rituals were the only things keeping that thing from coming back. As I got older, I convinced myself it had been a particularly vivid nightmare or a hallucination brought on by reading scary stories too late at night. I told myself that the mind can play tricks, especially a child's mind in a dark room. By high school, I'd mostly buried the memory. Then, when I was about 20, I was in my college dorm room browsing the internet late one night. For some reason, maybe I'd seen something that triggered the memory, I decided to search "smiling red demon." I wasn't expecting anything specific to come up. What I found made my blood run cold. There on my screen were images of Japanese oni, red-faced demons with horns, often depicted with wide, menacing grins. They looked exactly like what I had seen that night. The same red face, the same unnatural grin, the same horns. I felt like I was going to throw up. My roommate found me white as a sheet, staring at my computer screen, barely able to speak. I spent the next several days in a research hole, learning everything I could about oni. They're figures from Japanese folklore, malevolent demons or trolls that punish the wicked. But what really got to me was learning that oni are often depicted as hiding behind things, gates, corners, doors, before revealing themselves to humans. Some accounts describe them as enjoying the fear they cause, feeding off it somehow. My family has no Japanese heritage. We had no Japanese neighbors. At age 10, I had zero exposure to Japanese culture or mythology. I grew up in a rural area with little diversity, watching American cartoons and reading American books. There is absolutely no way I could have known what an oni was or what it looked like before that night. So how did I see one? I'm 36 now. I've got a law degree, a successful career as a corporate attorney, a mortgage. I'm the kind of person who deals in facts, evidence, precedent. I've spent my adult life in a profession that values logical thinking and rational explanations. And yet, I still can't explain what I saw that night. The only theory that makes any sense to me is that the burial ground across from our house somehow connected to something beyond our normal reality. I've learned that many Native American traditions speak of thin places, locations where the boundary between worlds is permeable. Maybe that was such a place. I've also wondered about the timing. Why did it show itself to me? Over the years, I've come to believe that it wasn't there to harm me. I was a child, still innocent in many ways. Maybe it was simply curious, or maybe it wanted to reveal itself to demonstrate that there are things in this world beyond our understanding. A warning perhaps, or just its own form of amusement. Sometimes I wonder if I could summon it if I tried, If I went back to that house, stood in my old bedroom, and waited for it in the dark. But the thought makes my skin crawl. Whatever connection allowed it to reveal itself to me that night, I have no interest in re-establishing it. I'm married now, with a child of my own on the way. We live in a modern apartment in the city, about as far from that rural house as you can get. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and find myself staring at our hallway, half expecting to see that crimson face peering around the corner. I never do, but the fear hasn't completely left me. I've never told my wife the full story. How do you tell someone you love that you saw a demon from Japanese folklore in rural California when you were a kid? That you're certain it was real, not a dream or hallucination? It sounds insane, even to me sometimes. But then I remember those eyes, that grin, the slow, deliberate way it revealed itself to me, taking pleasure in my terror. And I know what I saw. The strangest part? Sometimes, in quiet moments, I find myself feeling not just fear when I remember it, but also a strange sort of privilege. How many people go through life never knowing for certain that there's more to existence than what we can easily explain? I know. I've seen it with my own eyes. But that knowledge comes with a cost. I still check behind doors in unfamiliar places. I still sleep with a light on when my wife is away on business, and I still wonder almost daily if it's out there somewhere, revealing itself to another frightened child, grinning that terrible grin. And I wonder if it remembers me too. Story 2. So I'm finally sharing this, because it's been going on for months now, and I'm honestly freaked out. I don't have any real explanation for what's happening, and I'm hoping maybe someone here has experienced something similar. Back in August, right before the fall semester was about to start, I bought this traditional blue evil eye ring from Etsy. I'd been feeling some really negative energy around me for a while, like that sensation when you know someone's staring at you but no one's there. That kind of feeling. I've always been a bit sensitive to energy and vibes, so I figured getting some protection wouldn't hurt. The ring was beautiful, sterling silver with this vibrant blue eye in the center. The seller mentioned it was handmade in Turkey and had been blessed traditionally. I didn't think much about that part at the time. I just thought it was pretty and might help ward off some bad luck before classes started. When it arrived, I wanted to do things properly. I'd learned from previous experiences with spiritual objects that they need to be cleansed and charged with your intentions. So I waited for the blue moon at the end of August, placed it on my windowsill, and let the moonlight wash over it all night. The next morning, I burned some sage and Palo Santo around it and set my intentions: protection, clarity, peace. Basic stuff. I started wearing it every day. It fit perfectly on my middle finger, and I actually got a lot of compliments on it. For the first few weeks, everything seemed normal, great even. I felt more centered, and some of that weird energy I'd been feeling seemed to dissipate. I thought the ring was doing exactly what it was supposed to do. Then, about a month after I got it, the first weird thing happened. It was a Tuesday. I remember because I had my heavy course load that day. 3 back-to-back lectures starting at 8 a.m. I got home around 4, totally exhausted. I took off my ring and placed it on my nightstand like I always did when I showered. I clearly remember putting it right next to my lamp, on top of my psychology textbook. I took a quick shower, couldn't have been more than 15 minutes, and when I came back to my room, the ring was gone. At first I thought I was just tired and had put it somewhere else without thinking. I checked my pockets, my backpack, even the bathroom counter. Nothing. I looked under the nightstand, under my bed, in my sheets. Still nothing. It made no sense. I clearly remembered putting it down. My sister Emma shares the apartment with me, so I asked if she'd been in my room or seen my ring. She gave me this weird look and said she hadn't been home until just a few minutes before and definitely hadn't been in my room. I believed her. We've always respected each other's space, and she's not the type to take things without asking. I spent like an hour looking for that ring before giving up. I was upset because I'd already gotten attached to it, and it wasn't cheap either. I fell asleep that night feeling annoyed and confused. The next morning, I got up to get ready for class, and there was the ring, sitting on the floor right next to my nightstand. In plain sight, in a spot I had definitely checked multiple times the day before. I stood there staring at it for a solid minute, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Had I somehow missed it? No way. I had even moved my nightstand to check under it. I picked it up, inspected it. It was definitely my ring, looking exactly the same. No damage, no dirt, nothing to indicate where it had been. I put it on and tried to shake off the weird feeling, telling myself I must have been more tired than I thought and somehow overlooked it. But it happened again 3 days later. This time I'd placed it on my dresser while I was doing my makeup. I turned around to grab something from my closet, and when I turned back, gone. I immediately started searching, thinking maybe it had fallen, but it was nowhere. I even got on my hands and knees with my phone flashlight. Nothing. That time, it stayed missing for 2 days. I was in the kitchen making coffee when Emma called out from the hallway. "Hey, isn't this your ring?" She was holding it up, looking confused. It was just sitting in the middle of the hallway floor. I took it from her, completely baffled. "Did you move it?" I asked her. "Why would I take your ring just to put it on the floor?" she replied, rolling her eyes. She had a point. Over the next few months, this kept happening. The ring would disappear from wherever I put it, my nightstand, my jewelry dish, even from my finger, if I fell asleep wearing it. Then it would reappear days later in obvious places I'd already searched thoroughly. On top of my desk, in the center of my bed, once even in the refrigerator next to the milk, which really freaked Emma out. I started keeping track in my notes app. On average, the ring would disappear about once a week, stay gone for 2 to 3 days, then reappear somewhere unexpected. There was no pattern to when it would vanish or where it would return to. The only constant was that it always came back. The longest it stayed missing was for almost a week in late October. I was actually starting to think it was gone for good that time. I'd turned my room upside down looking for it. I even asked our downstairs neighbor if maybe it had somehow fallen into their apartment. We live in this old Brooklyn brownstone with creaky floors and weird gaps. They looked at me like I was crazy. On the 6th day, I remember lying in bed that night feeling weirdly sad about the ring. I was staring at my nightstand, where I usually kept it, thinking about how I'd gotten used to seeing it there. I even said out loud, "I really wish you'd come back. I miss you." I felt stupid talking to a ring, but I was alone, so whatever. I fell asleep eventually and had this intense dream about being followed by a tall shadow figure with bright blue eyes. I kept trying to run away, but every time I turned around, it was there, just watching me. Not threatening, just present. I woke up around 3 a.m., heart pounding. When I turned on my lamp, I nearly screamed. There was my ring, sitting perfectly centered on my nightstand, exactly where I always kept it, in the exact spot I had checked dozens of times over the past week. It was positioned so deliberately, the eye facing upward, like someone had carefully placed it there. I just stared at it for the longest time, afraid to touch it. The blue in the evil eye seemed more vibrant than I remembered, almost glowing in the dim light. When I finally worked up the courage to pick it up, it felt cold. Much colder than it should have been, just sitting in my room. I almost threw it away that night. But something stopped me. It sounds crazy, but I felt like the ring wanted to be with me. Like it wasn't trying to scare me, but communicate in some way. Look, I should mention that I've had experiences with what you might call paranormal stuff before. When I was a kid, I had this antique doll that would move around my room. My parents always said it was my imagination, but I know what I saw. And our family home growing up had cold spots and doors that would open and close on their own. So I'm not completely freaked out by the idea of spirits or energy or whatever you want to call it. But this was different. The ring wasn't just moving a few inches or falling off a shelf. It was completely disappearing, like it was being taken to another dimension or something, and then being deliberately returned. After that long disappearance in October, I started experimenting. When the ring would vanish, I'd mentally ask for it back. "Hey, I need to wear you tomorrow for my presentation. Can you come back?" And about 70% of the time, it would reappear within 24 hours. One time I even set up my laptop to record my nightstand all night after the ring had been missing for a day. I watched that footage like a hawk the next morning. Nothing happened for the 8 hours of recording. No one entered my room, nothing moved. Then I left to take a shower, and when I came back and checked my nightstand, there was the ring. I checked the hallway camera Emma had installed after a package theft. Nothing unusual there either. It's like the ring knows when it's being watched. The weirdest part is that nothing bad has happened since I got the ring. In fact, my semester has gone better than expected. I aced some tests I was worried about, made some new friends, and even got asked out by this guy I've had a crush on for months. It's almost like the ring is actually doing its job of protecting me and bringing good luck, but with this super strange side effect. I've searched online for similar experiences with evil eye jewelry. Most stories are about how the eye cracks when it's absorbed negative energy, which is supposedly a good sign that it's working. But I've found nothing about disappearing and reappearing objects. I've considered a few explanations. One, someone's messing with me. But who? Emma swears it's not her, and I believe her. Plus, how would they get into my locked room when neither of us is home? Two, I'm doing it myself while sleepwalking or in some dissociative state, but I've never had episodes like that before, and it doesn't explain how the ring reappears in places I've already thoroughly searched. Three, the ring is genuinely haunted or has some kind of entity attached to it, which sounds crazy when I type it out, but honestly makes the most sense given what's happening. 4. There's some quantum physics explanation where objects can temporarily exist in multiple states or dimensions, but I'm a psychology major, not a physicist, so I have no idea if that's even possible. Last week, I tried cleansing the ring again. Full moon, salt bath, sage, the works. I even called the Etsy seller to ask if anyone else had reported strange experiences. She just said the evil eye brings its own kind of magic, and that I should trust the process. Not exactly helpful. The disappearing acts have continued despite the cleansing. 2 days ago, I wore it to class, came home, placed it on my jewelry dish while I washed my hands, and it was gone when I returned 30 seconds later. It hasn't come back yet, but based on the pattern, I expect to find it somewhere unexpected by tomorrow. Part of me wants to get rid of it for good, sell it, give it away, or just throw it in the East River. But another part of me is scared of what might happen if I try. Would it just come back anyway? Would removing it from my life invite in whatever negative energy it's been protecting me from? Plus, as weird as it sounds, I've grown attached to it. It feels like we have some kind of relationship now, as if it has its own personality and wants. Most of the time I even find the disappearing acts more fascinating than frightening now. So that's where I'm at. Living with a ring that comes and goes as it pleases. I have no idea if it's protecting me from something, trying to tell me something, or if there's some completely rational explanation I'm missing. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Am I losing my mind, or is there something genuinely unexplainable happening here? Update. As I was typing this, I felt something cold touch my foot under my desk. I just looked down, and there's my ring sitting right on top of my bare foot. I swear on everything I own, it wasn't there a minute ago. I didn't feel it fall or roll. It just appeared, like it knew I was talking about it. I'm wearing it now, and the stone feels warmer than usual against my skin. I don't know what's happening, but I think I need to figure it out soon. This isn't normal, right? Story 3. I've never told this story to anyone outside our group. It's been 3 months, and I still wake up in cold sweats hearing that voice. I'm only writing this now because I haven't slept properly since that night on Pulau Tekong, and maybe putting it down will help me process what happened. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. For context, I'm 23, born and raised in Singapore. Anyone who's lived here knows about Pulau Tekong. It's this isolated island where military recruits go for their basic training. There's always been stories about it being haunted. Most locals treat these as urban legends, just scary stories to freak out new recruits. I used to think that too. My cousin did his national service there and would tell us about the haunted parts of the island, the areas recruits avoided at night. One story always stuck with me. About a recruit named Wei Shen who disappeared during training decades ago. Supposedly, he got separated from his squad during a night exercise and was never found, despite massive search efforts. The story goes that he's still out there, lost in the jungle, appearing to recruits on moonless nights. Like I said, I thought it was just another ghost story. Last December, my friends and I were hanging out at Yan's apartment. That's Yan, Mai, Yang and myself, Kai. We'd been friends since high school, and we'd gotten into this habit of doing something adventurous every couple of months. Usually, it was harmless stuff like abandoned buildings or hiking off trail. That night, we'd had a few beers when Yan brought up Pulau Tekong. "We should go there," he said, scrolling through some forum posts about the island's hauntings. "New moon's coming up in 3 days. Perfect time to ghost hunt." I laughed it off initially. "Bro, it's a military training ground. We can't just walk in." "Actually, we can," Mai said, showing me her phone. She'd already researched it. "There's a ferry that takes visitors to the public areas. We just need to venture a bit beyond the allowed zones." Looking back, I should have said no. We all should have. But there's something about being young and thinking you're invincible that makes terrible ideas sound exciting. So 3 days later, we took the last ferry to Tekong. We told the operator we were meeting relatives who worked on the island, which wasn't entirely a lie. Yang's uncle was actually an instructor there, though we had no intention of seeing him. The plan was to hang around the public areas until dark, then sneak into the forest where Wei Shen supposedly disappeared. The island itself isn't what you'd expect from a haunted place during daylight. It's just normal. Military facilities, some basic infrastructure, lots of jungle. We spent the afternoon playing it cool, walking around permitted areas, taking photos like regular visitors. As the sun started to set, the ferry staff and day workers began heading back to the mainland. "Last boat's leaving," a port worker called to us as we lingered near the dock. "Our ride's picking us up later," Yang lied smoothly. The man gave us a suspicious look, but didn't push it. Once it was dark and the dock was empty, we headed toward the jungle edge. The night was perfect for ghost hunting. No moon, cloudy sky blocking the stars, and this weird stillness in the air that made every sound seem amplified. We had our backpacks with water, snacks, flashlights, and Yan had brought an EMF reader he'd ordered online. "Total waste of money," Mai had said, but Yan insisted it was professional equipment. The island's forest isn't like your typical hiking trail. It's dense, humid, with vegetation that seems to grab at you. Our flashlights carved narrow tunnels of light through absolute darkness. The air felt heavy, almost sticky, and had this earthy smell mixed with something else I couldn't identify. According to the story, Wei Shen disappeared somewhere in this sector, Yan said, checking his phone's GPS. "About half a kilometer ahead." "I still think this is stupid," Mai said, but I could hear the excitement in her voice. "We're going to get caught and arrested for trespassing." "Only if we're caught," Yang replied, ducking under a low-hanging branch. We walked deeper into the jungle, following Yan, who had somehow appointed himself leader of this ridiculous expedition. After about 20 minutes, the trees opened into a small clearing. The silence was suddenly complete. No distant sounds of the base, no night insects, nothing. "This is weird," I said, my voice sounding too loud. It's like someone hit mute. Perfect spot, Jan grinned, dropping his backpack. Let's set up here. We spread out a tarp on the damp ground and sat in a circle, flashlights pointed inward. Jan placed his EMF reader in the center like it was some kind of offering. So now what? Mai asked, hugging her knees to her chest. We just sit here and wait for a ghost? We could tell ghost stories, Yang suggested, and I groaned. That's so cliché. Sometimes clichés work, Yang shrugged. So we sat there telling ghost stories. None about Wei Shen, because that felt too on the nose even for us. I don't remember how long we stayed like that, but it must have been at least an hour. The initial excitement wore off, replaced by boredom, and the growing realization that we were sitting in a jungle in the middle of the night for no good reason. This is dumb, Mai finally said, standing up. I'm getting eaten alive by mosquitoes and there's no... That's when the fog rolled in. It didn't creep or gradually thicken like normal fog. One moment the air was clear, and the next it was like someone had poured milk around us, dense, white, and it moved in a way fog shouldn't. Not drifting, but almost purposeful. What the hell? Yang whispered, standing up beside Mai. It's just fog, I said, but my voice sounded hollow even to me. Jan's EMF reader suddenly lit up, the display flashing with activity. Guys, he said, his voice tight. Guys, something's happening. I was about to tell him to stop messing around when I heard it. A voice, distant but clear enough to make out words. Help, please. I'm lost. We froze. The voice didn't sound like it was coming through a speaker or from any one direction. It was just there, in the air around us. Someone's messing with us, Yang said, but his face had gone pale in the flashlight glow. Hello? Mai called out, her voice shaking. Is someone there? Please help. I can't find my way back to camp. The voice was closer now, and there was something wrong with it. A hollow quality, like it was coming from the bottom of a well. My skin prickled, every hair standing on end. We should go, I said, already gathering my things. Now. Wait, Jan held up a hand. This is what we came for. No, this is when the idiots in horror movies get killed, Mai hissed. I'm with Kai. We need to leave. Before anyone could move, our flashlights flickered simultaneously, the beams weakening and strengthening in pulses. Through the thinning light, I saw a figure at the edge of the clearing. At first, I thought it was just shadows playing tricks, but as our light steadied, I could make out more details. A man, maybe in his early 20s, wearing what looked like an old military uniform. It was torn and dirty, and there was something wrong with his skin. Too pale, almost grey in the flashlight beam. He was holding something long and dark, a rifle, I realized with a jolt. Can you help me? The figure asked in that same hollow voice. I got separated from my squad. I need to get back to camp. None of us answered. I couldn't even breathe. The figure took a step forward, and our flashlights went crazy again, strobing like we were in some twisted nightclub. When they stabilized, the figure was closer, close enough that I could see his face clearly. His eyes were wrong. That's what I remember most vividly. They weren't just dark, they were empty, like looking into holes cut in reality. His uniform wasn't just dirty, it was rotting with mold patterns that seemed to shift as he moved, and his hand, the one reaching toward us, wasn't quite solid at the edges. Wei Shen, Jan whispered, and the moment that name left his lips, everything went to hell. The figure's expression changed, from lost to something terrible, a smile too wide for his face. And then he wasn't alone anymore. From behind every tree at the clearing's edge, more figures emerged, all identical, all Wei Shen, all with those empty eyes and reaching hands. I need to get back to camp, they said in unison, voices overlapping in a horrible chorus. Can you help me find my way? Mai screamed. I don't blame her. I would have too if I could have found my voice. Run! Yang shouted, grabbing his backpack. We didn't need to be told twice. I snatched my bag and bolted, not caring which direction, just away from those figures. The fog seemed to fight us, swirling thicker where we tried to pass. Branches whipped at my face and arms as I ran, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly, sometimes catching glimpses of my friends, sometimes showing nothing but endless trees. "This way!" I heard Jan shout from somewhere to my left. I changed direction, stumbling over roots and rocks. The voices followed us, seeming to come from everywhere at once. "Don't leave me here. Please help me find my way." My lungs burned, and panic made every shadow into another Wei Shen. I glimpsed Mai ahead of me, then Yang. We were running blind, no idea if we were heading toward the beach or deeper into the jungle. Something grabbed my ankle, a root or vine, and I went down hard, my flashlight flying from my hand. For a terrifying moment, I was in complete darkness, scrambling on hands and knees toward where I thought my light had landed. My fingers closed around the flashlight, and when I switched it back on, Wei Shen was standing over me. Up close I could see that his uniform had a name tag. I could see the individual threads where the fabric had rotted away. I could see that what I'd thought were shadows around him were actually like gaps, places where he wasn't fully there. "Please," he said, his voice suddenly so normal it was more terrifying than the hollow version. "I just want to go home." I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but stare up at him as he reached down toward me, his hand passing through the beam of my flashlight like it was made of smoke. "Kai!" Yang's voice cut through my paralysis. He was there suddenly, pulling me up, dragging me forward. "Move!" We ran again, and I swear I felt cold fingers brush the back of my neck. The voices were all around us now, a cacophony of pleas and whispers. The fog seemed alive, forming shapes that dissolved as soon as my light hit them. I don't know how we found the beach, pure luck, or maybe some instinct that pointed us towards safety. One moment we were surrounded by trees, and the next we were stumbling onto sand, the open water ahead of us. The boat! Jan was already splashing into the water toward where we'd hidden a small motorboat earlier that day. We followed, half running, half falling through the shallow water. Behind us at the tree line, dozens of identical figures stood watching. All Wei Shen, all with those empty eyes. I'll never forget the sound as we pulled away from shore. Not the engine, but what came from the island. All those voices suddenly merged into one deafening wail of despair that echoed across the water. I covered my ears, but it didn't help. That sound found its way inside my head. We didn't speak on the boat ride back, didn't speak when we docked on the mainland, didn't even speak when we parted ways at the train station. What was there to say? It's been 3 months, and we still haven't really talked about it. Sometimes one of us will start to bring it up when we're together, but someone else always changes the subject. I think we're afraid that talking about it will make it more real somehow. But it was real. I know that because sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I hear Wei Shen's voice, clear as if he's standing beside my bed. "Can you help me find my way back to camp?" And I wake up wondering if we brought something back with us that night. If Wei Shen found a way off the island after all, I don't know what happened to us on Pulau Tekong. I don't know if what we saw was a ghost, some kind of mass hallucination, or something else entirely. All I know is that I'm never going back there. And if you value your sanity, neither should you, because Wei Shen is still lost. And he's still looking for someone to help him find his way home. Story 4. I've been putting off writing about this for months. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type. I never thought I'd be back here. But after my divorce finalized last year, financial reality hit hard. The rent in the city was killing me, and when my parents mentioned they were thinking about selling our old family home in Blackwood, something just clicked in my head. Maybe it was nostalgia or desperation, but I convinced myself that whatever haunted this place couldn't be worse than what I was going through. God, I was so wrong. I moved back in 3 months ago. The house looks exactly the same as it did when I was growing up. That century-old Victorian with all its weird additions my dad put on over the years. The original part was built in 1915, and you can absolutely tell which parts are older just by how they feel. The moment I pulled into the driveway with my U-Haul, that familiar knot formed in my stomach. You know that feeling when you're about to do something you know is a terrible idea? Yeah, that. My parents had already moved to Florida, so I was alone with just my cat, Milo. The first night wasn't bad. I was exhausted from moving, crashed on the couch in the living room, and slept like a rock. It was the second night when things started happening. I decided to sleep in my old bedroom upstairs. Big mistake. Around 3 a.m., I woke up feeling like someone was watching me. The room was freezing cold, even though it was August and the AC was barely working. That's when I remembered all those nights as a kid, lying awake, terrified of what might be hiding in the shadows. When I was really little, maybe 2 or 3, I had my first experience with whatever lives in this house. I was supposed to be napping in my crib, and I woke up to see what I thought was my mom lying on the daybed across the room. She was just staring at me with this weird smile that never changed. I called out to her, but she didn't move or speak, just kept smiling. Something about that smile wasn't right. It was too wide, too fixed. When I realized it wasn't actually my mom, I screamed bloody murder. My actual mom came running in, and by then, whatever I saw was gone. For years after that, I had these recurring nightmares about that same room being completely empty, except for dusty wooden floors and these whispers coming from the closets. The whispers were never quite loud enough to understand, but they sounded urgent, like they needed to tell me something important. Anyway, back to present day. That second night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I got up to turn on the light, and I swear to God the switch flipped back down on its own. I tried 3 more times before it finally stayed on. I told myself it was just a faulty switch, but deep down, I knew better. The next morning, I found all my kitchen cabinets open, every single one. I don't sleepwalk, never have. Milo was acting weird too, staring at empty corners and hissing at nothing. By the end of the first week, I was seriously questioning my decision to move back. The house makes these sounds at night that aren't normal settling noises. It's like someone walking around upstairs when I'm downstairs, and vice versa. Sometimes I hear what sounds like a ball bouncing down the hallway, but there's never anything there when I check. Last Tuesday was when things really ramped up. I was in the shower, and I felt someone watching me through the curtain. When I pulled it back, I swear I saw a boy in what looked like an old military uniform standing by the sink. He vanished as soon as I blinked. It was exactly like what I used to see as a kid. That same boy in the same spot. I jumped out of the shower so fast, I slipped and bruised my hip on the toilet. I called my sister Amy that night, trying to sound casual, when I asked if she remembered any weird stuff happening when we were kids. She got quiet for a minute, then asked, "Did you see something?" When I told her about the boy, she said she wasn't surprised. She reminded me about the time when we were home alone and all the decorations flew off both mantels at exactly the same time. One in the living room where she was, and one in the dining room where I was. There's no way it could have been a coincidence or an earthquake. Just those specific items, all at once. She also told me something she'd never shared before. When she was about 16, she woke up one night with her legs feeling wet. When she turned on the light, her sheets were soaked with blood. She freaked out thinking she'd started her period, but there was no wound, no source of the blood. The next morning, the blood was gone. Sheets completely clean, like nothing happened. She thought she dreamed it until she found dried blood under her fingernails. That conversation with Amy made me realize I wasn't crazy. These things really did happen, are still happening. 2 days ago, I was working from home in the dining room when I glanced up at the china cabinet. Inside, standing among my mum's fancy dishes, was a little girl in an Easter dress, maybe 5 or 6 years old. She wasn't transparent or ghostly. She looked completely solid, like a real child had somehow climbed into the cabinet. But that's impossible. The doors were closed, and she wouldn't have fit anyway. We just stared at each other for what felt like forever, and then I blinked, and she was gone. That was the exact same girl I used to see as a kid. Last night was the worst so far. I was trying to sleep but kept hearing scratching sounds inside the walls. Around 2 a.m. I felt something grab my ankle and yank hard. I screamed and scrambled up, turning on every light I could reach. Nothing was there, but I could still feel the pressure of fingers around my ankle. There were actually red marks this morning. It reminded me of what my dad used to talk about. He claimed an old woman would visit him at night. He called her the Boo Hag, like from those old southern legends. She would stand at the foot of his bed, holding onto his feet, just staring at him. He couldn't move when she was there. We all thought it was sleep paralysis. But now, I'm not so sure. My mum had experiences too. She used to hear what sounded like a large dog walking around her bed at night, its nails clicking on the hardwood floors. We never had a dog. When she'd reach down to pet it, her hand would touch empty air, but the sounds would continue. I've tried researching the history of this house, but records from Blackwood are spotty at best. I know a family called the Hendersons lived here before us, and before them, it was owned by someone named Collins. There's a story about a fire in the 1940s, but the house obviously survived. What I can't find is any record of deaths or tragedies that might explain all this. Yesterday, I went up to the attic to look for my old winter clothes. The pull-down stairs creaked as I climbed up, and the smell hit me immediately, that musty, ancient smell attics always have, but with something else underneath. Something that reminded me of wet earth. The single light bulb barely illuminated the space. As I was digging through boxes, I heard what sounded like a child giggling behind me. I spun around so fast, I knocked over a stack of books. Nothing was there, but when I looked back at the boxes I'd been searching through, they were all neatly closed again. Then the light went out. In the pitch darkness, I heard the giggling again, but now it seemed to be coming from all around me. I scrambled for my phone to use the flashlight, but my hands were shaking so badly I dropped it. When I finally got the light on, I saw small footprints in the dust, leading from where I was standing to the far corner of the attic, where there's an old trunk no one has opened in years. I should have left right then, but something compelled me to follow those footprints. The trunk wasn't locked like I remembered. Inside were old clothes, yellowed newspapers, and a small leather-bound book. I took the book without really thinking about it and got the hell out of there. Later that night, I looked through the book. It was a diary belonging to a girl named Sarah Collins, dated 1937. Most entries were mundane, but there was one that stood out. She wrote about her little brother Timothy, who came back different after being sick with fever. She was afraid of him, and wrote that she sometimes saw him standing in her room at night, just watching her. The last entry simply said, "He's not Timothy anymore." I barely slept last night. Around 4 a.m., I woke up to find Milo standing at the foot of my bed, back arched, hissing at the closet. The door was open, just a crack, and I could swear I saw fingers slowly curling around the edge, like someone was about to pull it open. I grabbed Milo and ran downstairs to the living room, where I stayed until sunrise. When I finally worked up the courage to go back upstairs, the closet door was wide open, and Sarah's diary, which I'd left on the nightstand, was sitting open in the middle of the floor. It was open to a page I hadn't seen before, with just 3 words written in what looked like fresh ink. "You're not alone." That was this morning. I'm sitting in my car outside a coffee shop writing this because I can't be in that house right now. I don't know what to do. I can't afford to move out, and I can't sell the place without my parents' agreement. Plus, who would buy it if they knew what was happening? The worst part is knowing that whatever's in that house has been waiting for me to come back. It recognized me. When I saw the little girl in the china cabinet, she smiled like she was greeting an old friend. The boy by the bathroom sink nodded at me like we had some kind of understanding. I keep thinking about something my grandmother told me before she died. She said our family was sensitive to things other people couldn't see or hear. She warned me never to acknowledge them because once they know you can see them, they'll never leave you alone. I've already broken that rule. I've looked right at them. I've talked about them. And now I feel like they're getting stronger, more confident. Last night I distinctly heard a woman's voice whisper my name right against my ear. It's getting dark now, and I need to go back to the house. I don't have anywhere else to go. I'm thinking of setting up cameras, but part of me is afraid of what I might capture. What if they don't show up on video? What if they do? I'm sorry this is so long and probably all over the place. I just needed to get this out somewhere because I'm starting to question my own sanity. But I know what I've seen. I know what I've felt. This isn't my imagination or stress or grief from my divorce. Something is in that house, multiple somethings, and they know I'm back. Update. I'm typing this from my car again. I just ran out of the house and I don't know if I can go back in. I was making dinner when every single light in the house turned off at once. Then my phone died, even though it was at 90% battery. In the darkness, I heard what sounded like dozens of people whispering all around me. When I tried to get to the front door, something grabbed my hair so hard it pulled some out. I managed to find my keys and get out. I don't know what's happening. The house is all lit up now when I look at it from outside, like nothing happened. But I know what I felt. Something doesn't want me to leave, or maybe it just wants me to be afraid. Either way, I can't explain any of this, and I don't know what to do next. Story 5. I've never told anyone about this outside my family and a couple close friends. Even now, writing about it makes my skin crawl. I need to get this off my chest, though, because it's been eating at me for months, and I still can't explain what I saw. This happened last October, when I was walking my puppy Apollo near our property line in Thornhill, Indiana. We live pretty far out, surrounded by cornfields and dense woods. It's basically the middle of nowhere. Our closest neighbor is about half a mile away. My parents bought this place when I was 12, and I'm 17 now, so I've gotten used to the isolation. Usually I like it. That night started normal enough. It was around 8 p.m. and I decided to take Apollo out for his evening walk before it got too dark. Apollo is a German Shepherd mix, still just a puppy at 7 months old. He was energetic as hell, always pulling on the leash, wanting to investigate every smell. Our property backs up against a thick stretch of woods that seems to go on forever. Most of the time, I avoid going near there after dark. We've had issues with meth heads hiding back there from the cops, and my dad found a makeshift campsite once with needles and trash scattered everywhere. Plus, there are coyotes and even rumors of a mountain lion sighting a few years back. But Apollo needed exercise, and I figured we'd just walk along the edge of our field, maybe 50 yards from the tree line. The sun was setting, but there was still enough light to see. The air had that crisp fall feeling, where you can smell the leaves starting to decay and everything feels kind of damp. About 15 minutes into our walk, I started feeling weird. It's hard to explain, but it was like when you're alone in a room and suddenly you know someone's watching you. The hair on my arms stood up. I looked around but didn't see anything unusual. Apollo sensed it too. He stopped pulling on the leash and moved closer to my legs, which was completely out of character for him. His ears were perked up, and he kept staring at the woods. I remember thinking it was probably just a deer or raccoon watching us from the trees. But this feeling, it wasn't like that. It felt predatory, like we were being hunted. The sun had almost completely set by then, and the area between us and the woods was getting dark, I decided it was time to head back to the house. We turned around and started walking along the gravel access road that cuts through our property. We'd only gone about 20 feet when I heard it. A massive thud sound from the woods, parallel to where we were walking. It sounded exactly like someone had dropped a huge bag of bricks from height. Just a single, heavy impact. Then silence. Apollo froze, his whole body rigid. I remember my heart rate exploding, like it was trying to punch through my chest. I started to reach for my phone to turn on the flashlight, thinking maybe it was one of those meth heads and I'd need to scare them off. That's when it came out of the trees. I still have trouble describing what I saw. It was so wrong that my brain kept trying to make sense of it, like when you see something for a split second and your mind tries to fit it into categories you understand. This thing was tall, at least 7 feet. Its skin was this sickly pale white color, not like human skin at all, but more like the belly of a dead fish. The skin looked stretched too tight over its frame, which was incredibly thin at the limbs, but had this bizarrely wide chest. I could see its bones, not like you'd see on a skinny person, but actual protrusions pushing against that pale skin. Around its waist was what looked like some kind of cloth or rag, dirty and torn. Its arms and legs were human-shaped, but way too long and thin, like they'd been stretched. The proportions were all wrong, but its face... Jesus, its face is what I see in my nightmares now. It looked like a deer skull, but wider and flatter in the front, with no indentation where a nose should be. But it wasn't bone. It was covered in that same pale skin, and the eyes, it had 4 of them. 2 sets, positioned where you'd expect eyes to be, but doubled, one set above the other. I couldn't see a mouth at all, just smooth skin where it should have been. On top of its head was what looked like some kind of wooden, I don't know, headdress? Not like Native American stuff, but more like twisted branches that had been tied or grown onto its skull. From the back of its head hung this short, matted dark hair. The moment it emerged from the trees, we both just froze. It seemed as startled by me as I was by it. For what felt like an eternity but was probably only seconds, we just stared at each other. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. Its eyes didn't blink. They just fixed on me with this terrified look. Yes, terrified. That's what was so bizarre. This horrific creature seemed afraid of me. Apollo broke the standoff. He yanked hard on the leash and bolted toward home. The sudden movement snapped me out of my trance, and I started backing away, unable to take my eyes off the thing. It didn't charge or attack. It just watched me, its body tense like it might flee at any moment. When I'd backed up about 20 feet, I finally turned and ran after Apollo, who was already halfway to the house, dragging his leash behind him. I couldn't help it. I looked back once. The thing was retreating into the trees, its pale form fading into the darkness. By the time I reached the house, my legs felt like jelly, and I was hyperventilating. My parents were watching TV when I burst in. They could tell something was wrong, but I couldn't explain what I'd seen. How do you tell your parents you saw some kind of monster? I just said, I thought I saw someone creeping around in the woods, and they assumed it was trespassers. My dad went out with his shotgun to check, but of course he didn't find anything. I tried to convince myself it was just some strung-out meth head wearing weird clothes, maybe even a Halloween mask. But I knew that wasn't true. What I saw wasn't human. It wasn't even animal in any way I could understand. I didn't go near the woods for days after that. Apollo refused to go out after dark at all, which was completely out of character for him. He used to love nighttime walks. Then, about a week later, the knocking started. The first time, I was in bed almost asleep when I heard 3 distinct knocks on my bathroom window. My bedroom has an attached bathroom, and the window is small and high up, at least 8 feet off the ground. There's no way anyone could reach it without a ladder. I froze, listening. 3 more knocks, slow and deliberate, then scratching like fingernails on glass. I didn't get out of bed. I didn't check. I pulled the covers over my head like a little kid, and eventually fell asleep, from pure exhaustion. The next night, same thing, knock, 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 pause, scratch, scratch, scratch. This continued for weeks, always at night, always the same window. I tried to tell myself it was just a tree branch, but there are no trees close enough to the house to touch it. I tried to tell myself it was the house settling, but houses don't make scratching sounds like fingernails. My mom noticed the bags under my eyes and asked if I was sleeping okay. I lied and said I was just staying up late studying. I couldn't tell her that every night something was knocking at my window, something that shouldn't be able to reach that high. The nightmares started too. Vivid dreams where I'd be walking in the woods and suddenly find myself surrounded by those pale figures, dozens of them, all with those 4 unblinking eyes staring at me. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, heart pounding. About 2 months after the initial encounter, my friend Jake stayed over. We were playing video games in my room when the knocking started. 3 knocks, pause, scratching. Jake heard it too. "What the hell is that?" he asked. For the first time, I had a witness. I told him about the knocking, though not about the creature I'd seen. I asked if he'd go outside with me to check. We grabbed flashlights and went out. The bathroom window faces the back of our property, toward those woods. Jake climbed on a plastic lawn chair to look, shining his light all around the window and the side of the house. "There's nothing here, man," he said. "No scratches on the window, no footprints, nothing." But here's the thing that still makes my blood run cold. While Jake was outside checking, I stayed in the bathroom and the knocking continued. 3 knocks, pause, scratching. Over and over. Jake couldn't hear it outside, but I could hear it perfectly from inside. It was like the sound was coming from inside the glass itself. When Jake came back in, the knocking stopped immediately. He looked at me like I was crazy when I told him it had continued while he was out there. We argued about it, and eventually he just said the wind must be causing something to hit the window that I couldn't see from inside. But there was no wind that night, not even a breeze. The knocking and scratching have continued almost every night for months now. Sometimes it stops for a few days, and I think maybe it's over. But then it starts again. It's always the same window, always the same pattern. I've tried setting up my phone to record the window, but nothing ever shows up on video. The sounds still come through, though. Those 3 knocks and the scratching clear as day. I've barely slept in months. I'm jumpy all the time. My grades are slipping and my parents are worried about me. But how do I explain this to them? "Hey, Mom and Dad, I saw a monster in the woods, and now it's knocking on my window every night, but only I can hear it." They'd send me to a psychiatrist. About a month ago, I finally worked up the courage to go back to the woods in daylight with Apollo. He was reluctant, pulling against the leash, but I needed to see if there was any evidence of something. I found a clearing about 50 yards in where the undergrowth was all trampled down. In the center was a crude structure made of branches twisted together into a kind of dome shape, about 5 feet high. It reminded me of the wooden headdress that thing had been wearing. Inside the structure were small animal bones arranged in patterns, not like someone had killed animals there. These were clean bones that had been deliberately placed. Mostly small things like rabbits and squirrels, but there was one larger skull that might have been a coyote or fox. I didn't touch anything. I just took pictures with my phone and got the hell out of there. When I looked at the pictures later, they were all blurry or overexposed, like the camera had malfunctioned, every single one. The knocking came especially loud that night. Last week, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of something heavy walking on our roof right above my room. Slow, deliberate footsteps, moving back and forth. My ceiling creaked with each step. It went on for about 10 minutes, then stopped. The next morning, I checked the roof from my parents' upstairs window. There were what looked like marks or indentations in several places, but they weren't like footprints. They were more like something had been probing the roof, testing it. I still don't know what that thing was. It wasn't human. It wasn't an animal, at least not any animal I've ever seen or heard of. The way it moved, the way it looked at me. It was intelligent, aware. and I can't shake the feeling that it recognized me somehow. Not like it knew me personally, but like it knew what I was and was surprised to find me there in its territory. The knocking came again last night. 3 knocks, pause, scratching. But this time, after the scratching stopped, I heard something new. A soft, high-pitched sound, almost like singing, but with no words, just tones. It lasted about 30 seconds, then silence. I don't know what's happening, or why this thing has fixated on me. All I know is that it's real, it's out there, and sometimes when I look out my window toward the woods at night, I see a pale figure standing at the tree line just watching the house. I've considered moving out, going to stay with my grandparents or something, but part of me is afraid that if I leave, it will follow me. Or worse, it will stay here with my family. So I stay, and every night I wait for those 3 knocks, that scratching, and now that strange singing, and I wonder how long this can go on, before either I lose my mind completely, or that thing finally decides to do more than just knock. Story 6. I've never shared this with anyone, except my boyfriend Sam. But after what happened yesterday, I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar, or has an explanation, because I honestly can't stop thinking about it. For context, I'm 7 months pregnant with our first baby, due in May, and Sam moved in with me about 4 months ago. We're both no strangers to weird stuff. I've lived in places with unexplained noises before, and Sam swears his childhood home had something living in the attic. I've always been a bit sensitive to energies too. My mum calls it being clairvoyant, which sounds dramatic, but I've had dreams that came true, and sometimes just know things before they happen, nothing major. Just little things like knowing who's calling before checking my phone, or having a strong feeling about taking a different route home, only to find out later there was an accident on my usual way. I've lived in this apartment for 3 years now, and it's always felt safe, peaceful. Even when I had those nightmare neighbors upstairs for the first couple years, who fought constantly and stomped around at 3 a.m., the actual energy of my place remained calm. It's just a simple 2-bedroom with 1 bathroom, nothing fancy, but it's home. The bathroom is right between the master bedroom and what will be the nursery, with the living room and kitchen on the other side of the apartment. Everything started happening about a week before Halloween. At first, it was small stuff that I brushed off. I was grabbing my deodorant from my work bag while sitting at the kitchen table, and I swear it physically lifted up and then dropped back into my bag. The bag wasn't moving at all. It was sitting flat on the table. I figured maybe I was seeing things, or there was some logical explanation. The next day, I was washing dishes and had just finished putting the silverware in the dish rack to dry. I turned away to wipe down the counter and suddenly heard the distinct sound of the forks and spoons clinking together like someone had bumped the rack. When I turned around, nothing was there, and Sam was in the living room watching TV. I didn't mention these incidents to Sam right away because they seemed so minor. But then 2 nights ago, he was walking out of the kitchen when a bottle of cleaning spray literally flew off the top of our refrigerator. Not like it was knocked over, it launched sideways about 3 feet before hitting the wall. There was no way it could have just fallen. No windows were open, no fans were on. Nothing could explain it. That's when Sam finally told me he thought he might have brought something with him when he moved in. Apparently strange things have happened around him since he was a kid. Items disappearing and reappearing in odd places. Unexplained sounds, that sort of thing. He seemed almost apologetic, like whatever this was had followed him to my previously peaceful apartment. But here's what's weird. Our pets aren't reacting at all. We have 3 dogs and 4 cats. Yes, I know it's a lot, but I couldn't say no to any of them. And normally, they're super sensitive to everything. My oldest dog, Bo, goes absolutely ballistic if there's so much as a raccoon outside at night. But during all these weird occurrences, nothing. They don't perk up their ears. They don't stare at empty corners. They don't growl or hiss. They just continue being their normal selves. Yesterday is when things escalated, though. I had the day off work and was home alone. Sam had left for his shift at the hospital around 6 a.m., and I was enjoying a lazy morning. Around 10, I decided to take a shower. Our bathroom is pretty basic: standard tub, shower combo, toilet, and a pedestal sink with a medicine cabinet above it. The only window is small, frosted, and about 7 feet up the wall. Impossible to reach without a ladder. I started the water, undressed, and stepped into the shower. Everything was fine for the first few minutes. I was just standing under the water, enjoying the warmth and thinking about what color we should paint the nursery. The bathroom was steaming up, which I like because it makes the shower feel cozier somehow. As I reached for my shampoo, I noticed something odd about the steam on the shower door. Usually it fogs up pretty evenly, but there was a clear spot about the size of a hand, like someone had wiped it. I figured maybe I had brushed against it without realizing, so I went back to washing my hair. That's when I heard it. 3 distinct knocks on the bathroom door. Not like the building settling or pipes knocking. These were deliberate, like someone using their knuckles. Knock, knock, knock. "Sam?" I called out, thinking maybe he'd come home early. No answer. I rinsed my hair quickly and turned the water off, suddenly feeling exposed. I grabbed my towel and wrapped it around myself, then cracked the bathroom door open. The hallway was empty. I checked the entire apartment. Front door still locked with the chain on, all windows closed, no one there. My heart was racing, but I told myself it must have been something from one of the neighboring apartments. I went back to the bathroom to finish getting ready. As I wiped the steam from the mirror over the sink to do my skincare routine, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Behind the regular steam fog was what looked like words, as if someone had written in the condensation before I even got in the shower. It said, "Happy birthday, N." My birthday is in 3 days, and my name starts with N. I stepped back, nearly slipping on the tile floor. The thing is, the mirror had been completely clear when I got in the shower, and nobody calls me just N, not even Sam. But my dad used to, before he passed away 19 years ago. He died just 2 days before my birthday when I was a kid. I took a picture of it with my phone, my hands shaking. By the time I looked back at the mirror, the writing was fading as the steam dissipated. I quickly got dressed and went to sit in the living room, trying to calm down. The dogs were all napping peacefully in their beds, and 2 of the cats were sunbathing by the window. If there was something threatening in the apartment, surely they would sense it. Around noon, I was sitting on the couch scrolling through my phone, still shaken but trying to distract myself, when I heard footsteps in the hallway leading to the bathroom. Heavy, shuffling footsteps, like someone wearing work boots. I froze, not daring to look up at first. When I finally did, I saw nothing, but the footsteps continued right past me, toward the kitchen. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely a whisper. The footsteps stopped. Then the bathroom door slammed shut with such force that one of the pictures fell off the living room wall. I jumped up, ready to run for the front door, when the bathroom door opened again, slowly this time, creaking on its hinges. That's when I noticed the smell, a familiar aftershave that I hadn't smelled in years. My dad's aftershave. Old Spice mixed with something else I could never identify. The scent wafted through the apartment for just a few seconds before disappearing. Against my better judgment, I walked to the bathroom doorway. The light was off, but I could see something shimmering in the mirror. Not a figure, more like a distortion, as if the air itself was bending. And it was cold. So cold, I could see my breath, even though it was over 70 degrees in the rest of the apartment. Suddenly, the bathroom faucet turned on full blast, the handle turning itself. Water splashed into the sink, and I noticed it wasn't running clear. It had a rusty tinge to it. I stood there, unable to move, as the water ran for about 30 seconds before shutting off just as abruptly. I backed away, bumping into the wall behind me. That's when I heard more knocking, not on the bathroom door this time, but on the walls themselves. 3 knocks, pause, 3 more knocks, moving around the apartment as if something was circling me. I managed to grab my phone and keys and ran outside to sit in my car until Sam got home. I called him, but he was in surgery and couldn't answer. I didn't know what else to do, so I just sat there, watching my apartment window, half expecting to see a face staring back at me. When Sam finally got home around 7 p.m., I was still in the car. I told him everything, and he looked worried but not surprised. We went back in together and everything was normal. No cold spots, no strange smells, nothing out of place except for the picture that had fallen. Sam thinks it might be my dad trying to reach out, especially with my birthday coming up. He pointed out that nothing felt malicious, scary, yes, but not threatening. And he reminded me that this is the first birthday since my dad died that I've been truly happy. New relationship, baby on the way, stable job. Maybe my dad just wanted to be part of it somehow. I showed Sam the photo I took of the mirror, but when I opened my gallery, the image was completely blurred, like I'd moved while taking it. You can't make out any words at all. We slept in the living room last night, both of us too unnerved to use the bedroom with its adjoining bathroom. Nothing else happened, but I keep thinking about what I saw and heard. This morning, I went into the bathroom to get ready for work, and everything was completely normal. The only thing out of place was my dad's old watch, which I keep in my jewelry box in the bedroom, sitting on the edge of the sink. I've checked the watch 1,000 times today. It stopped at 9:43, the time my dad died 19 years ago. I'm writing this now from my lunch break at work, and I honestly don't know what to think. Was it really my dad? Is something following Sam? Is it because of Halloween and the thinning veil people talk about? Or am I just pregnant and stressed and imagining things? All I know is I'm going home after work and I'm saging the entire apartment, especially that bathroom. I'll update if anything else happens, but for now, I just needed to get this out. Has anyone else experienced something similar? Am I just hormonal and imagining things? I don't think so, but I wish I had some kind of explanation. The watch is still in my purse. It's been stopped at the same time for 19 years, and no matter how many times I've changed the battery, it never runs. But just now, as I was writing this, I felt it vibrate against my leg through my purse. When I checked it, the second hand was moving. It's ticking for the first time in 19 years, and I don't know whether to be comforted or terrified. Story 7. A costume. I still wake up in a cold sweat some nights, my heart pounding, as I remember what happened. It's been almost 3 months, but I can't shake it. I've never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural before, but what I experienced that night in Hong Kong has completely changed my perspective on reality. I moved to Hong Kong about 8 months ago for a job in finance. The city is incredible, always buzzing with energy, lights and people. I'd fallen in love with the mix of traditional Chinese culture and modern city life. My apartment was small but decent, located in Wan Chai, which made it easy to go out and enjoy the nightlife. That night started like any other Friday. After a particularly stressful work week, I decided to meet up with some colleagues at a popular bar in Lan Kwai Fong, the main nightlife district. We had a few drinks, laughed about office drama, and I was finally unwinding. I remember checking my phone around 1:30 a.m. and deciding it was time to head home. My friends wanted to stay longer, so I left alone. The streets were still pretty lively. Lan Kwai Fong on a Friday night doesn't really quiet down until much later. I'd had enough to drink that I felt that pleasant buzz, but was definitely still clear-headed. Instead of waiting for an Uber, which would have been more expensive with the surge pricing, I decided to walk a bit and then grab a taxi on a main street. I knew the area well enough by then, and thought I'd save some money by taking a shortcut through some back alleys that would lead me toward Queen's Road, where taxis were plentiful. In retrospect, this was obviously a terrible decision. The transition from the bright, noisy main strip to the narrow alley was jarring. One minute I was surrounded by crowds and music, and the next I was alone with just the distant thump of bass from the clubs behind me. The alley was lit sporadically by security lights from the backs of restaurants and bars. It smelled like a mix of garbage and cooking oil, typical for the back alley of a food district. I remember feeling the temperature drop slightly as I walked deeper into the alley. At first, I thought it was just because I was away from the body heat of the crowds, but it felt different somehow, more sudden. My bare arms prickled with goosebumps. About halfway through the alley, I heard a sound behind me. It was subtle at first, a sort of scraping noise that I initially dismissed as probably just a rat or a cat rummaging through garbage. But then it became more rhythmic. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause, almost like something being dragged. I quickened my pace but tried not to panic. Hong Kong is generally very safe, but you never know when you might encounter someone looking to rob a drunk foreigner. The scraping sound continued, getting slightly louder. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was making that noise was following me. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I stopped and turned around, expecting to see either nothing or maybe a homeless person. What I saw instead makes my stomach turn even now as I type this. About 15 feet behind me, barely visible in the dim light, was what looked like a baby, but not a normal baby. This thing had a head that was grotesquely, impossibly large for its tiny body. It was on the ground, using its little arms to drag itself forward because the weight of its enormous head made it impossible to crawl normally. I stood frozen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The head was at least 3 times the size it should have been, bloated and misshapen. In the poor lighting, I couldn't make out its features clearly, which was probably a blessing. My brain tried to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe it was a doll or some weird art installation. Maybe someone was playing a sick prank. But then it moved again, those tiny arms pulling its massive head forward with another scraping sound against the concrete. I was about to turn and run when the thing stopped moving. Slowly, it raised its enormous head to look directly at me. The dim security light from a nearby building caught its face, and I could see hollow, black eyes sunken into the bulbous head. Its mouth opened, much wider than should be possible, and it let out a single word: Mama. The voice wasn't childlike. It was deep and distorted, reverberating off the walls of the alley. My blood turned to ice. I ran. I just turned and sprinted as fast as I could toward the end of the alley, not daring to look back. I could hear it behind me, that horrible scraping sound getting faster, accompanied by a wet, slapping noise that I realized was its hands hitting the ground as it pursued me. The sound was getting closer. How was it moving so fast with that enormous head? I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning. The exit to the main street seemed impossibly far away. As I neared the end of the alley, I heard it again. Mama! Closer this time, the voice more desperate and angry. I swear I could feel breath on the back of my legs. I burst out onto Queen's Road, nearly colliding with a couple walking past. They jumped back, startled, and gave me annoyed looks. I spun around, expecting to see the thing right behind me, but there was nothing there, just the empty alley I'd just fled from. The couple quickly moved away from me, probably thinking I was just another drunk foreigner. I stood there gasping for breath, my heart threatening to burst through my chest. Had I imagined it? Was the stress and alcohol playing tricks on my mind? I was about to reluctantly peer back into the alley when I heard it again. The scraping sound, now coming from the darkness, just beyond the streetlight's reach. Then I saw movement. The misshapen silhouette was there, still coming toward me, but slower now, as if hesitant to venture into the more populated area. I frantically looked around and spotted a taxi approaching with its light on. I practically jumped into the street, waving my arms. The driver slammed on his brakes, honking angrily until he saw the panic on my face. I yanked open the back door and threw myself inside, yelling, "Go, please, just go," in my limited Cantonese. The driver turned around, annoyed, and asked where I wanted to go. I blurted out my address in Wanchai, still trying to catch my breath. As the taxi began to pull away, I looked out the back window. My blood froze. The thing, that horrific baby with the massive head, had emerged from the alley and was now on the sidewalk. Under the streetlights I could see it more clearly, and I wished to God I couldn't. Its head was bloated and veiny, the skin stretched tight and shiny over its bulging skull. The face was barely human, features compressed at the center of the vast expanse of its head, eyes like black holes, nose just two slits, and a mouth that stretched unnaturally wide across the lower portion of its face. The body was that of an infant, maybe 6-8 months old, skinny and pale, with stubby arms and legs that seemed too weak to move the monstrosity that was its head. And it was following us. As the taxi accelerated, the thing moved with impossible speed, its tiny arms a blur as it dragged itself after the car. "Do you see that?" I asked the driver, my voice shaking. "Behind us." The driver glanced in his rearview mirror. His face, which had been annoyed moments before, suddenly drained of color. He muttered something in Cantonese that I couldn't understand, and then slammed his foot on the accelerator. The taxi lurched forward, throwing me back against the seat. "You see it too?" I asked, relief and terror fighting for dominance in my mind. He nodded quickly, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Daitao, baby," he said in a strained voice. "Big head, baby. Very bad luck." Out the back window, I could see the thing was somehow keeping pace with us, even as we hit 30, then 40 kilometers per hour. Its movement was all wrong, not like crawling, more like it was being dragged forward by some invisible force, its limbs scrambling to keep up. The driver was now sweating profusely, constantly checking his mirror. He took a sharp turn, then another, clearly trying to lose our pursuer. I held onto the door handle, half terrified of the thing behind us and half worried we'd crash. After several minutes of this erratic driving, the driver finally seemed to relax slightly. "I think gone now," he said, his English broken but understandable. I hesitantly looked out the back window again. The street behind us was empty. "What was that thing?" I asked, still breathless with fear. The driver shook his head, clearly not wanting to discuss it. But after a moment, perhaps seeing how terrified I was, he sighed and began to speak in halting English. "Big head baby ghost from old hospital in Kowloon. Very bad story. 20 years ago, woman give birth to not normal baby. Head too big, everyone very scared, bad omen, baby die, mother die, hospital closed down after." He paused at a red light, checking the mirrors nervously before continuing. "Now baby ghost look for new mother. Very dangerous for women. It follow you because maybe it want you." The way he said that last part sent a fresh wave of chills down my spine. The light turned green and he continued driving, now at a more normal pace, but still checking the mirrors frequently. "How do you know about this?" I asked. "Everyone know," he replied simply. "Old Hong Kong story. Some say not real, just story to scare children, but..." He trailed off, shaking his head. "I see it now. Is real. When we reached my apartment building, I paid the driver extra, partly as thanks and partly because my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't count the money properly. Before I closed the door, he looked at me with genuine concern. "Be careful," he said. "If Big Head Baby choose you, it will come back. Maybe put salt at door and window, maybe help." I thanked him, not knowing what else to say, and hurried into my building. The security guard gave me a curious look as I rushed past him to the elevators, probably noticing my disheveled state and wide eyes. Once inside my apartment, I locked the door, then checked it twice. I went around closing all the windows and drawing the blinds. I even found some salt in my kitchen and, feeling ridiculous but too scared not to, sprinkled it along my doorway and windowsills. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat on my sofa with all the lights on, jumping at every sound from the street below. As dawn broke, I finally felt safe enough to use my phone to search for information about what I'd seen. There were scattered references to a big head baby ghost on some Hong Kong urban legend sites and forums. The story matched what the driver had told me about 20 years ago at an old hospital that has since been demolished. A woman gave birth to a baby with an abnormally large head. The medical staff were horrified, considering it a bad omen. Both the mother and child died shortly after the birth, and the hospital closed down within months. According to the legend, the ghost of the baby roams Hong Kong, searching for a new mother. Some accounts claimed it only appeared to women, while others suggested it would appear to anyone who ventured near the old hospital site at night. But here's the thing that really got to me. In the past few weeks, there had been several posts on local forums about sightings of a strange baby-like creature in various parts of Hong Kong. One account, posted just 3 days before my experience, was from someone claiming to be the parent of a primary school student named Ming, who had seen a baby with a big head while retrieving a soccer ball from some bushes near his school. Since that night, I've been jumping at shadows. I barely leave my apartment after dark, and I've started taking rideshare services everywhere instead of walking, even for short distances. I've considered moving back to the States, but I've just started establishing my career here, and I don't want to throw that away because of... What? A ghost? A hallucination? I still don't know what to believe, but every night when I try to sleep, I hear that scraping sound in my dreams. And sometimes, when my phone rings or someone knocks at my door for a split second, I'm convinced I'll hear that deep, distorted voice calling Mama again. Last night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to what sounded like scratching at my front door. I laid perfectly still, barely breathing, until it stopped after what felt like hours. This morning I checked the hallway outside but found nothing, but the salt I had placed at my doorway was scattered, as if something had been trying to get in. I don't know what I saw that night or what's happening to me now, but I know I'll never take a shortcut through an alley in Hong Kong again. And whenever I hear a scraping sound, no matter where I am, I freeze, terrified that I'll turn around and see that grotesque baby with its enormous head staring at me with those hollow eyes, calling me Mama once more. Story 8. I've never been the kind who scares easy. Growing up in upstate New York, I spent my teenage years exploring abandoned buildings and even worked as a night security guard at a supposedly haunted hospital during college. So when I tell you this story, understand that I'm not someone who jumps at shadows or makes up ghost stories for attention. Last year, I bought this old colonial-style house in Hartford, Connecticut. It was built in 1897 according to the property records, and man, did it need work. The price was too good to pass up, though, probably because it had been sitting empty for almost 2 years. My wife Lisa was hesitant at first, but I convinced her that with my construction background, I could transform it into our dream home. Since I was still working my day job as a contractor, I could only work on renovations at night. For about 3 months, my routine was pretty much the same. Get home around 9:30 p.m., grab a quick dinner, then work on the house until 2 a.m. or so. Lisa was staying with her parents until the place was livable, so it was just me and my tools rattling around in that big, empty house. The first weird thing I noticed happened about 2 weeks in. I was focusing on the first floor initially. Living room, dining room, kitchen, and a small study. I'm very methodical about my workspace. Always have been. I close doors to rooms I'm not working in to keep dust contained and to avoid heating or cooling spaces unnecessarily. It's just a habit from years in construction. So I'd finish working on, say, the dining room, close the door, and moved to the living room. When I come back the next night, the dining room door would be wide open. At first, I figured I must have forgotten to close it, or maybe the old latch wasn't catching properly. I checked the hardware, tightened some screws, and went back to work. But it kept happening. Every single night. I'd close a door, and the next time I checked, it would be open again. Not just cracked open either. We're talking wide open, like someone had deliberately pushed it all the way back. After a while, I started making mental notes, even taking pictures on my phone of closed doors before I left a room, just to prove to myself I wasn't losing my mind. I wasn't. About a month in, I started renovating upstairs. 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms that needed complete gutting. The same thing happened up there. I'd closed the door to the master bedroom after installing new drywall, and when I returned from getting supplies from my truck, the door would be standing open. It got to the point where I could almost predict it. Close a door, count to 100, and boom, open door. The strange thing was, there was never any sound. No creaking hinges, no slamming, nothing. Just closed 1 minute, open the next. I told Lisa about it over the phone, trying to sound casual. She suggested drafts or uneven flooring causing the doors to swing open. I tested her theories, leveled the floors, checked for air movement, even installed new door stops. Nothing worked. The doors kept opening. By this point, I was burning through the renovation faster than planned, not because I was being efficient, but because I wanted to get the hell out of there at night. I'd never admit this to anyone but you guys, but I started feeling watched. Not threatened exactly, just observed, like someone was following me from room to room, wondering what I was doing to their house. Then came that night, about 3 weeks before the renovations were scheduled to be complete. I was working in the guest bedroom, installing crown molding. I had my Bluetooth speaker playing some classic rock, but kept it low so I could hear if anyone was in the house. Old habits from those security guard days, I guess. I was up on a ladder near the door when I heard it, the bathroom door across the hall violently springing open. Not just swinging open, but slamming against the wall with such force that the doorknob punched a hole in the drywall. It sounded exactly like someone had thrown their body against it in anger. My heart nearly exploded. I jumped down from the ladder, grabbed my hammer, and charged at the bedroom door with such force that I knocked the damn thing completely off its hinges. It came crashing down with me on top of it. I scrambled to my feet, hammer raised, ready to confront whoever had broken in. There was nobody there. The bathroom door was wide open, knob embedded in the wall exactly as I'd heard it. But there was no one in the bathroom, no one in the hallway, no footprints in the dust on the floor, no windows open, no way anyone could have gotten out without me seeing them. I checked every room, every closet, the attic, the basement, nothing. I even went outside and circled the house. All doors locked, all windows secure. I was completely alone. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my truck in the driveway until dawn, trying to come up with a rational explanation for what had happened. The only conclusion I could reach was one I didn't want to face. Something was in that house, and it wasn't happy about the changes I was making. I'm not religious or spiritual by nature, but I grew up with a grandmother who believed in the old ways. She always said that houses hold memories and sometimes spirits, and that you need to acknowledge them with respect. So the next morning, I did something that felt completely ridiculous at the time. I went back into the house, walked through every room, and just talked, out loud, to whatever might be listening. "Look," I said, standing in the center of the living room, "I understand this was your home before it was mine. I'm sorry if the changes I'm making are upsetting to you, but this house belongs to me and Lisa now, and we're going to live here. I hope you can find peace with that." I went room by room, saying similar things. In the bathroom, where the door had slammed, I stopped and added, "I don't know what happened to you or why you're still here, but I want to help if I can. Is there something I need to know? Something I can do to make this easier for both of us?" I felt stupid talking to empty air, but I also felt lighter somehow, like I was addressing something real. I even set up my phone to record, thinking maybe I'd catch something. When I played back the recording later, there was nothing clear, just some unintelligible whispering during the pauses between my words. Not distinct enough to make out any words, but definitely not just static or background noise. It made the hair on my arms stand up. But here's the weird part. After that morning, the door thing stopped, completely. I'd close a door and it would stay closed. The feeling of being watched faded. The house felt different. Not exactly welcoming, but not hostile either. More like a reluctant acceptance. I finished the renovations without further incident. Lisa moved in with me 6 months ago, and we've been living here normally ever since. No doors opening, no strange sounds, nothing. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but then I remember the recording with those whispers and the hole in the bathroom wall that I patched up. I've never told Lisa the full story. Just said that I accidentally slammed the bathroom door too hard during renovations. She probably wouldn't believe me anyway. I barely believe it myself. The house is beautiful now. We've made it our own. But sometimes, late at night when I'm alone downstairs, I'll close a door behind me and wait, just for a moment, half expecting it to swing open again. It never does. Whatever was here seems to have accepted that the house has new owners now. Or maybe it's just moved on to wherever such things go. I don't know if having that conversation helped, or if the entity just got tired of trying to communicate with me. All I know is that my grandmother was right. Sometimes you just need to acknowledge what's there and set boundaries with respect. The house feels peaceful now, balanced. But I still never leave the bathroom door open at night. Some habits you just can't shake. Story 9. I still get goosebumps when I think about that house. It's been almost 15 years since we moved away, but sometimes I wake up sweating, thinking I'm back there. I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. We moved to Pinewood Hollow when I was 7. It was supposed to be our fresh start. At least that's what my parents kept saying. The house was at the very end of a half-finished road, the last one before everything just stopped and turned into overgrown weeds and empty land. During the day it looked sad and forgotten. At night it was like staring into a void. From the moment we pulled into the driveway, something felt wrong. Not just new house jitters wrong, but fundamentally, deeply wrong. My stomach knotted up as Dad turned off the engine. Mom tried to be cheerful, pointing out the big yard and the extra bedroom my sister Lily and I wouldn't have to share, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. The first night, I couldn't sleep. The house made these sounds, not normal settling noises, but deliberate ones, like someone was testing the floorboards, seeing which ones creaked. I pulled my blanket over my head and told myself it was just my imagination. It wasn't my imagination. Within weeks, things started happening, small things at first. Items would disappear, not like when you misplace something. They would vanish completely, only to reappear exactly where they should have been hours later, as if mocking us. Dad's reading glasses were the first. He tore the house apart looking for them, yelling at me and Lily, accusing us of hiding them. We were both crying by the time he stormed out to buy a new pair. The next morning, his old glasses were sitting on the nightstand, exactly where he always left them. Money was always tight for us, but in that house it became suffocating. Dad kept losing jobs. Mom worked double shifts, but somehow we never got ahead. Bills piled up. The fighting got worse. They thought we couldn't hear them through the thin walls, but we heard everything. Sometimes I'd find Lily in my room in the middle of the night, crying silently. I'd make room for her in my bed, even though I was terrified too. I remember one particularly bad day when I was about 9. I'd stayed home from school with the flu. Mum had to work, so I was alone, curled up on the couch with blankets and ginger ale, watching cartoons to distract myself from how awful I felt. Around noon, I felt someone standing beside the couch. Without looking up, I mumbled, "Mom, I thought you were at work." No answer. When I turned to look, there was nobody there. But the space wasn't empty, if that makes any sense. I could feel a presence, like the air was denser where a person should be standing. I called out again, my voice cracking. The TV suddenly shut off, and I swear the temperature dropped 20 degrees. I was frozen, unable to move as I watched the indentation of what looked like footprints appear in the carpet, walking slowly toward my bedroom. I ran out of the house and sat on the front steps until Mum came home hours later. I never told her why. Lily had it worse. Her room was at the end of the hallway, closer to the part of the house that always felt coldest. One night when she was 12 and I was 10, she came running into my room, her face pale and her hands shaking. "Jamie," she whispered, "something's in my room." I wanted to be brave for my little sister, so I grabbed my baseball bat and we crept down the hall. Her door was closed, even though she always left it open. When I pushed it open, her yellow smiley face ball rolled out into the hallway. Then came the cockroaches, not just a few, but dozens of them, skittering out after the ball. Lily screamed. I raised the bat, not knowing what to do when I saw it, a shadow that wasn't cast by anything, moving along the wall. It wasn't shaped like a person exactly, more like a hunched figure with elongated limbs. It paused, seemingly aware we were watching, then melted into the darkness of the room. We both slept in the living room that night. Dad found us there in the morning and yelled about the mess of blankets. When we told him what happened, he checked Lily's room and found nothing, no cockroaches, no shadow, nothing out of place. He accused us of making it up for attention. Mum just looked tired. The worst part about living in that house wasn't the strange occurrences, it was how they changed my family. Dad became angrier, drinking more than he used to. Mum grew distant and sad. Lily stopped talking for almost 3 months when she was 11, and me. I lived in constant fear, always looking over my shoulder, always listening for footsteps when I should have been alone. Our neighborhood was strangely quiet too. We had neighbors, but they kept to themselves. Most houses had for sale signs that never seemed to go away. The few kids around weren't allowed to play outside after dark. No one ever explained why. There was this old woman who would appear at the edge of the undeveloped land beyond our house. She wore colorful scarves and had more rings on her fingers than I could count. Mom called her the crazy fortune teller and told us to stay away from her. But sometimes when I was in the backyard, she would see me watching and start chanting in a language I didn't understand. Once she pointed directly at our house and made a spitting gesture before walking away into the tall grass. One day when I was 12, she approached me at the edge of our yard. Before I could run inside, she grabbed my wrist with surprising strength. Her eyes were cloudy, like she had cataracts, but she stared right at me. "The house breathes," she said, her voice raspy. "It breathes in sorrow and breathes out decay. It's been waiting for a family like yours, fractured enough to slip between the cracks." I pulled away and ran inside, but her words stuck with me. That night, lying in bed, I could swear I felt the walls expanding and contracting, like the whole structure was inhaling and exhaling around us. For months after that encounter, I started noticing patterns. The strange occurrences intensified whenever my parents fought. It was like the house fed on our misery. The worse things got between them, the more active the house became. Doors would slam by themselves. The electricity would flicker. The tap water would run brown for hours, then clear up like nothing happened. Lily started having nightmares about what she called the yogi, a figure that would sit on her chest while she slept, making it impossible to breathe or move. "It's not really a person," she tried to explain. "It's like a heavy shadow that smells like the space under the house." She would wake up gasping for air with small bruises on her shoulders and collarbone. I had my own recurring nightmare about being in the basement, a place I avoided as much as possible. In the dream, I would be standing at the bottom of the stairs, staring at the back wall, where an outline of a door appeared, a door that didn't exist in real life. Something would be scratching at the other side, trying to get in. Just as the outline began to open, I would wake up. One day, when I was 13, I worked up the courage to go into the basement while Dad was at work and Mom was shopping. I needed to see for myself if that door existed. The basement was cold and damp as always, with that weird smell like wet earth and something metallic. I walked straight to the back wall from my dreams, my flashlight beam bouncing off the concrete. There was no door, just as I expected, but as I got closer, I noticed something odd, a rectangular section where the concrete looked slightly newer, a different shade of grey than the surrounding wall. I pressed my hand against it and immediately regretted it. The wall was warm, almost hot, and I swear I felt a slight vibration, like something pulsing on the other side. As I stood there, frozen, the single bare bulb lighting the basement flickered and went out. In the darkness, I heard a soft scratching sound coming from inside the wall, then whispers, not one voice but many, overlapping in words I couldn't understand, but somehow knew were terrible. My flashlight died next, leaving me in complete darkness. I've never moved so fast in my life. I scrambled up those basement stairs, tripping and skinning my knees, but not stopping until I was outside in the sunlight, gasping for air. That night, things escalated beyond anything we'd experienced before. It started with all the faucets turning on simultaneously. Dad shouted about water pressure and went around shutting them off, only to have them turn back on as soon as he left each room. Then the TV started changing channels rapidly, the volume rising to a painful level before shutting off completely. The lights followed, blinking in a pattern that seemed almost like code. Lily's smiley face ball appeared again, rolling into the living room where we were all huddled. It moved against gravity, rolling uphill across the tilted floor, stopping at my father's feet. When he picked it up, it was ice cold and left a smear of something dark on his hand. Mom started crying, really losing it for the first time. "I can't do this anymore," she kept saying. "I can't live here anymore." Dad looked at her, then at Lily and me huddled together on the couch, and something changed in his face. It was like he finally saw how terrified we all were, how broken we'd become. He nodded once and said, "We'll leave. Tomorrow. I don't care about the mortgage or the money. We're done here." That was the longest night of my life. None of us slept. We stayed together in the living room, jumping at every creak and groan of the house, which seemed angrier than ever. The temperature kept changing. One minute we were shivering, the next sweating. The walls seemed to pulse around us. At one point, I swear I saw handprints appear on the window from the inside, pressing outward. Just before dawn, when the first grey light appeared, there was a final, violent episode. Every cabinet in the kitchen flew open at once, dishes shattering on the floor. A long, sustained moan echoed through the house, not from any specific direction, but from everywhere at once, like the house itself was wailing. Then silence. Complete, absolute silence. We packed our essentials in record time and were gone before noon, moving in with my aunt 2 towns over until we could figure out our next steps. Dad called the bank and told them they could have the house. He wasn't making another payment or ever setting foot in it again. Here's the strangest part. Almost immediately after leaving, our lives improved. It was like escaping from under a dark cloud. Dad found a stable job within weeks. Mum seemed younger, less weighed down. Lily started talking more, making friends at her new school. The constant fighting stopped, the financial pressure eased, and the fear, that constant gnawing fear, finally began to fade. Sometimes I look up Pinewood Hollow online. The house stood empty for years before finally being demolished. The street was never completed. Recent satellite images show the lot overgrown, reclaimed by nature. I wonder if whatever lived in that house is still there, waiting beneath the wild grass and weeds, or if it moved on to find another family, another home to haunt. I still can't explain what happened to us during those 6 years. All I know is that it was real. It nearly destroyed us. And sometimes, late at night, I still hear those whispers from the basement wall when I'm on the edge of sleep. And I wonder, was it the house that was evil? Or was there something in our family that it recognized and latched onto? Something broken that it knew how to exploit? I may never know the answer, but I know what I experienced, even if no one believes me. That house was alive in some way, and it hated us. Story 10. I've never written this down before. It's been 2 years since it happened, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. I'm not a spiritual person, never have been. I don't believe in ghosts, don't read horoscopes, and generally think there's a scientific explanation for most things. But what happened that night on the Sawmill Parkway has shaken my worldview in ways I never expected. Back in 2010, I met Sam. We clicked instantly. I remember the day so clearly. We were both leaving a coffee shop in White Plains when this massive deer came bolting across Central Avenue, narrowly missing traffic, in the middle of an urban area. We both stood there shocked, and Sam joked, "Well, that's some kind of sign, don't you think?" We laughed about it for years afterward, how that deer had somehow brought us together. For 6 years, Sam was my rock. I won't get into all the details of our relationship, but it was the kind where you feel like you've found your other half. Then, in 2016, without any warning, I could recognize Sam died by suicide. The grief was, I don't even have words for it. If you've lost someone this way, you know what I'm talking about. It's not just sadness. It's guilt, confusion, anger, this cocktail of emotions that physically hurts. I felt like someone had cut away part of me. For months, I barely functioned. I'd go to work, come home, and just sit in silence. I couldn't even cry anymore after a while. During those first couple of years, I'd have these incredibly vivid dreams where Sam and I would talk. They felt so real that I'd wake up, and for a split second, I'd think everything was normal again. In these dreams, we'd just have normal conversations about work, about the shows we used to watch together, about nothing important. Sometimes Sam would tell me, "I'm okay now," and I'd feel better for a day or two. But I always rationalized these dreams as my brain's way of coping, just my subconscious giving me what I needed to keep going. By 2022, 6 years had passed. The sharp edges of grief had dulled somewhat. I had moved to a different apartment, made some new friends, even started dating again, though nothing serious. I still thought about Sam every day, but the thoughts weren't always painful anymore. Sometimes I could remember the good times and actually smile. On November 12th, 2022, I was driving home around 9:30 p.m. on the Sawmill Parkway. If you're not familiar with it, it's this winding highway that cuts through Westchester County in New York. It's always busy, even at night, and it's not the kind of place you'd expect to see wildlife. It had been a normal Saturday. I'd gone to the gym, met a friend for lunch, did some grocery shopping, nothing special. I was tired and looking forward to getting home. I had the radio on, some top 40 station, and was half singing along to whatever was playing. The parkway was moderately busy that night, with cars zooming by in both directions. The road was well lit in some sections, but there were darker stretches between the streetlights. I was in one of those darker patches when I noticed something ahead. A deer was walking, not running, not bolting, but calmly walking across the highway. I immediately slowed down, concerned about hitting it, but also struck by how bizarrely calm this animal was. It wasn't panicked by the traffic or the lights. It just strolled across like it had all the time in the world. Cars were swerving around it, honking, but the deer maintained this eerie composure. As I watched it disappear into the woods on the other side, A memory flashed through my mind. That deer from the day I met Sam. It was such a specific detail from our relationship, something I hadn't thought about in years. That's when it happened. The air in my car suddenly changed. It's hard to explain, but it was like all the oxygen had been sucked out in an instant. My ears popped as if I'd changed altitude rapidly. The temperature seemed to drop, though I can't be sure if it actually did, or if that was just my perception. Every single hair on my body stood up, not like a normal chill. This was full-on, electrified, feeling goosebumps that started at my neck and spread down to my ankles in a wave. My heart began pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. But the worst part, I knew with absolute certainty that I was no longer alone in my car. There was a presence in the passenger seat beside me. I couldn't see it. I was too terrified to look, but I could feel it. Have you ever had someone stand directly behind you, not touching you, but close enough that you can sense them there? It was like that, but 1,000 times more intense. The music on my radio either stopped or my brain stopped processing it. To this day, I don't know which. The car felt pressurized, like being deep underwater. My hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles turned white. Somehow, I managed to keep driving, though I have no idea how I didn't crash. In the silence, as clear as if someone had spoken directly into my ear, I heard, "I have to go." It wasn't an audible voice, it wasn't my thoughts, it was something in between. But I knew immediately who it was. I knew it was Sam. My mouth was dry, my throat tight with fear, but somehow I managed to think, not speak, a response. Okay. And just like that, it was over. The pressure lifted. The air returned to normal. The radio was playing again, or maybe I just started hearing it again. The sensation of a presence vanished completely. I was alone in my car, driving down the Sawmill Parkway like nothing had happened. I pulled over at the next opportunity, a small rest area about a mile down the road. My whole body was shaking so badly, I could barely put the car in park. I sat there for almost an hour, trying to process what had just happened. It wasn't like the dreams I'd had before. Those had been comforting, familiar. This was terrifying. The presence I felt wasn't malevolent, but it wasn't the friendly ghost you might expect from a loved one reaching out. It was powerful, overwhelming, almost cosmic in how it distorted reality around me. And what did "I have to go" mean? Where was Sam going? If there is an afterlife, why was Sam only going somewhere now, 6 years after death? Had Sam been here somehow all this time? I've replayed that night in my head 1,000 times. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe I fell asleep at the wheel briefly and dreamed it all. Maybe it was some kind of stress-induced hallucination. Maybe the deer triggered memories of Sam that caused my brain to create this experience. But none of those explanations feel right. What I felt in that car was more real than anything I've ever experienced. It was visceral, physical. My entire body responded to whatever was happening. Since that night, I haven't had any more dreams about Sam. Not a single one. After years of regular dream visits, they stopped completely after that night on the parkway. I've tried researching similar experiences. I've read about grief hallucinations, about how people sometimes sense their departed loved ones. But most of those accounts describe comforting experiences, feeling a hand on their shoulder, smelling a familiar perfume, hearing a laugh. None of them talk about the raw, primal fear I felt or the physical sensation of all the air being sucked from a space. I've also looked into stories about animals as messengers between worlds. In many cultures, deer specifically are seen as creatures that can move between the realms of the living and the dead. I never gave any credence to that kind of thing before, but now I'm not so sure. The timing is what gets to me the most. 6 years to the month after Sam's death. 6 years after I started having those dreams. And the connection to how we met. That first deer that Sam joked was some kind of sign. Was that second deer actually a messenger? A signal that Sam was finally moving on to, wherever souls go? And if so, why did Sam need to tell me? Why was that goodbye so important that it literally warped reality around me for those few moments? I'm still not a particularly spiritual person. I don't talk about this with many people because I know how it sounds. I've never experienced anything like it before or since, but I know what I felt. I know something was in my car with me that night. I know I heard those words, and I know that something fundamental changed in that moment. Sometimes I drive that stretch of the Sawmill Parkway intentionally, hoping to see another deer, hoping for, I don't even know what. Some kind of confirmation or explanation, I guess. But there's never been anything unusual there since. I still think about Sam every day, but differently now. Before that night, my thoughts were tinged with questions. Could I have done something differently? Were there signs I missed? Now those questions have been replaced with different ones. Where did Sam go? What happens after we die? Is there really something beyond this life? I don't have answers. I probably never will. All I know is that on a normal Saturday night in November, something impossible happened to me on a busy highway in Westchester County. And that impossibility has changed everything I thought I knew about life, death, and what might exist in between. The deer, the presence, those 4 words, I have to go. And my simple response, okay. A goodbye that took 6 years to happen, delivered through a messenger I never would have expected in a way I still can't explain. Story 11. I never used to believe in ghosts. I really didn't. I was more of a skeptic who enjoyed the thrill of exploring abandoned places, the rush of adrenaline when climbing through broken windows or scaling crumbling staircases. But after what happened at Sathorn Unique Tower in Bangkok, I can't explain things away with logic anymore. This happened 3 months ago, and I still wake up in cold sweats. I've never written this down before, but maybe putting it into words will help me process what I experienced. I'm not looking for explanations or validation. I just need to get this out. I was backpacking through Southeast Asia with money I'd saved for almost 2 years. Bangkok was my 3rd stop after Vietnam and Cambodia. I'd connected with other travelers through an urban exploration group online, and we agreed to meet up to check out the infamous Ghost Tower. If you don't know, Sathorn Unique is this massive 49-story skyscraper that was abandoned mid-construction during the 1997 financial crisis. It just sits there in the middle of Bangkok, this giant concrete skeleton looming over everything. Locals avoid it. They say it's haunted, cursed. There have been suicides, murders even. But for urban explorers, it's legendary. Our group consisted of 5 people, me, Niran, 2 Australian guys, Tim and Josh, a German girl, Anna, and a Canadian guy, Mark. We'd been messaging for days planning this. The excitement built as we swapped stories about other abandoned places we'd explored. The plan was simple: meet at a nearby coffee shop at 5 p.m, wait until dusk, then find our way inside. The tower isn't technically open to the public, but there are ways in if you know where to look. Tim had been there before and knew a side entrance where the fence was damaged. It was raining that evening, not a heavy downpour, but one of those persistent drizzles that soaks through everything eventually. The grey sky darkened quickly as we approached the tower, making it look even more ominous than in the photos I'd seen online. "We should stick together," Mark said as we squeezed through the gap in the fence. "People have gotten lost in here before." I remember nodding, my heart already pounding with excitement. The base of the tower was covered in graffiti, trash scattered everywhere. The smell hit me first, a mix of mildew, urine, and something else I couldn't identify. Something dead, maybe. We turned on our flashlights and headlamps, the beams cutting through the darkness. The lobby area was massive, with grand staircases that led nowhere and elevator shafts gaping open like mouths. The marble that once covered the floors had been stripped away, leaving rough concrete. "The stairs are this way," Tim said, leading us toward a doorway. "Be careful, some of the steps are missing." He wasn't exaggerating. The stairwell was treacherous, crumbling concrete, exposed rebar, and sections where we had to jump across gaps. We climbed slowly, our breathing echoing in the enclosed space. By the 10th floor, I was already sweating despite the surprisingly cool air. "Is it just me, or is it getting colder?" Anna asked, voicing what I'd been thinking. It was strange. The temperature should have been stifling in the Bangkok heat, especially in a concrete building with no air conditioning. Instead, it felt like walking into a refrigerator. "Old buildings can trap cold air," Josh said, but he didn't sound convinced. We continued upward, stopping occasionally to explore abandoned rooms. Most floors were similar: bare concrete, leftover construction materials, graffiti. Some had incredible views of the city through glassless windows. I snapped photos, capturing the contrast between the decaying interior and the glittering cityscape outside. Around the 30th floor, something changed. The graffiti became sparse, the air noticeably colder. The silence was what got to me. Complete absence of sound, except for our footsteps and breathing. Even the constant background noise of Bangkok had disappeared. "It's so quiet," I whispered, and my voice seemed to hang in the air unnaturally. "We're pretty high up," Mark reasoned. "Sound doesn't carry from the street." But it wasn't just the absence of city noise. It was like the air itself was absorbing our voices. When we spoke, our words felt muffled, like they couldn't travel more than a few feet. We pressed on. By the time we reached the 43rd floor, I was feeling uneasy. The others seemed affected too. Our conversations had died down, and everyone moved more cautiously. "Let's check out this floor," Tim suggested, pushing open a heavy metal door. Unlike the others, this floor seemed more complete. There were partial walls creating rooms, piles of old construction equipment, and sheets of plastic hanging from the ceiling that moved slightly, despite the lack of wind. We split up slightly to explore, staying within eyesight, but each examining different areas. I wandered toward what looked like it would have been a bathroom, my flashlight beam bouncing off broken tiles. That's when I felt it, a cold spot so intense it was like walking into a freezer. My breath clouded in front of my face, and goosebumps erupted across my skin. I swung my flashlight around and froze. In the corner stood a figure, not fully formed, more like a shadow with substance, darker than the darkness around it. Where a face should have been, there were just 2 points of light, like glowing eyes. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The figure didn't approach, but I heard something, a whispering so quiet I couldn't make out words, but somehow I understood the meaning. We weren't welcome. We needed to leave. "Guys!" I called out, my voice shaking. "Guys, come here!" Josh appeared behind me. "What's up?" I pointed to the corner, but there was nothing there now, just empty space. "I saw something," I said, knowing how it sounded, "like a shadow person with eyes." Josh laughed nervously. "This place does mess with your head." I wanted to insist, to make him understand what I'd seen wasn't a trick of light or an overactive imagination, but I let it go. We rejoined the others, and I didn't mention what happened. "Let's go to the rooftop," Anna suggested. "That's supposed to be the best part." The final flights of stairs to the roof were the most dangerous. Parts had completely collapsed, forcing us to climb on exposed beams and rebar. One wrong step could mean a fall of hundreds of feet. When we finally pushed through the door to the rooftop, the view was breathtaking. Bangkok spread out in every direction, a sea of lights pulsing beneath us. The rain had stopped, leaving the air humid and heavy. Despite the incredible view, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled in my stomach. Something felt wrong. While the others took photos at the edge, I hung back, constantly looking over my shoulder. Tim walked over to me. "You okay? You seem on edge." "Just tired from the climb," I lied. "It's a lot of stairs." We spent about 20 minutes on the roof, taking photos and pointing out landmarks. But the longer we stayed, the more uncomfortable I felt. It wasn't just me. Everyone seemed eager to leave despite having worked so hard to get up there. "We should start heading down," Mark said finally. "It'll take a while, and I don't want to navigate those stairs when we're completely exhausted. Everyone agreed quickly, too quickly, like we all wanted an excuse to leave. As we gathered our things, I noticed something strange through one of the open sections where a wall should have been. Several floors down, maybe around the 40th floor, a light was flickering. Not a flashlight or phone light, more like an old lamp or candle. "Hey," I said, pointing. "Does anyone else see that light?" They gathered around me, following my gaze. "I don't see anything," Anna said. "Me neither," Josh added. But it was right there, unmistakable. A warm yellow light flickering in a building that had no electricity. "I'm going to check it out," I said. Something was pulling me toward it. Curiosity, maybe, or something else. "Are you crazy?" Mark asked. "We need to stick together." "I'll be quick. Just a few floors down. I want to see what it is." They argued, but I was already heading for the stairs. I promised to meet them on the 35th floor in 15 minutes. Looking back, I don't know why I was so determined. It was like the light was calling to me specifically. I descended quickly, counting floors. The light had seemed to come from around the 40th floor, so I exited the stairwell there. The floor was dark and empty, no sign of any light. Confused, I continued down to 39, then 38. On the 38th floor, I saw it again, that warm glow coming from behind a partially constructed wall. I moved toward it slowly, my flashlight beam leading the way. I turned a corner and found a room that was different from any other we'd seen in the building. It was finished, like it had been skipped by the abandonment that affected the rest of the tower. There was actual flooring, painted walls, and in the center, a standing lamp with a yellow shade that cast that warm glow I'd seen. But what caught my attention was the mirror. A full-length, ornate mirror in a gold frame, standing against the far wall. It looked antique and completely out of place in an abandoned construction site. The glass was spotless, reflecting the room perfectly. I approached it slowly, drawn by its incongruity. My flashlight illuminated my path, but when I got close enough to see my reflection, my blood turned to ice. It wasn't me in the mirror. Instead of my reflection, I saw a woman. Asian, maybe in her 30s, with long black hair and a face contorted in sorrow and rage. She wore what looked like old-fashioned construction clothes, a hard hat, work boots, a dirty shirt, but they were torn, bloodied. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. She stared at me with eyes full of such intense emotion that I felt physically crushed by her gaze. Then she moved, her hand pressed against the glass from her side, the surface rippling like water. Her fingers began to emerge from the mirror, reaching toward me. I stumbled backward, knocking over the lamp. The light went out immediately, plunging the room into darkness, except for my flashlight, which flickered erratically. In the beam's unsteady light, I saw her stepping fully out of the mirror. Her movements were jerky, unnatural. Where her feet touched the floor, wet footprints appeared. Not water, something darker. I ran. I didn't look back. I just ran for the stairwell, heart hammering in my chest. Behind me I heard a wail, a sound of pure anguish that echoed through the empty building. It wasn't loud, but somehow it filled every space, coming from everywhere at once. I took the stairs 3 at a time, risking a deadly fall in my panic. The wailing continued, sometimes distant, sometimes so close it felt like she was right behind me. I passed the 35th floor without stopping. I couldn't think about the others, couldn't think about anything except getting out. Around the 20th floor, my flashlight died completely. I was plunged into darkness, forced to feel my way down by holding the railing. My hands were slick with sweat, my breathing ragged. The wailing had stopped, but somehow that was worse. The silence felt expectant, like she was listening for me. I don't remember much of the rest of the descent, just the blind panic, the feeling of being hunted, the desperate need to reach the ground floor. When I finally burst out into the lobby, I saw moonlight streaming through the entrance. I ran toward it, not slowing until I was outside the fence, back on the normal Bangkok street with traffic and pedestrians and reality. I collapsed on the sidewalk, gasping for air. A few passers-by gave me concerned looks, but no one stopped. Just another crazy tourist. After about 20 minutes, the others emerged from the tower looking worried. "What the hell, man?" Tim shouted. "We waited for you. We had to come looking." "Did you see her?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "See who?" "The woman, from the mirror." They exchanged looks, the kind people give when they think someone's lost it. "There was no woman," Anna said gently, "and no mirror. We followed your path to that floor. There was nothing there but empty rooms and construction debris." I tried to explain what I'd seen, what I'd experienced. The finished room, the lamp, the mirror, the woman coming through the glass. The more I talked, the more I saw the disbelief in their eyes. Later, back at the hostel, I researched the building's history. I found scattered reports about a female construction worker who died in an accident when the tower was being built. Some accounts said she fell down an elevator shaft, others that she was crushed by falling materials. The details varied, but her existence seemed confirmed. Some locals believe she protects the building now, keeping away those who would disturb its silence. Others say she's angry, trapped between worlds because the building was never completed, never blessed properly according to Thai traditions. I don't know what the truth is. I just know what I saw, what I felt. The others from my group still think I panicked in the darkness, that my mind played tricks on me. Maybe they're right. But since that night, I've had the same recurring dream. I'm standing in front of that mirror again, but this time I'm on the other side. I'm inside the glass, looking out at the empty room, waiting for someone to approach so I can finally be free. I've cancelled the rest of my trip. I'm going home tomorrow. Some things you can't unsee, unexplain or forget. And sometimes the ghosts you encounter aren't just in abandoned buildings. They follow you home, living in the corners of your mind, waiting for the moment you let your guard down. The woman in the mirror is waiting for me. I can feel her. Sometimes when I catch my reflection in a window or a mirror, just for a split second, I see her face instead of mine. Those eyes, filled with sorrow and rage. I don't know what she wants from me. I don't know why she chose me. But I know one thing for certain. Sathorn Unique Tower isn't just a building. It's a doorway. And I'm terrified that I didn't close it properly when I ran. Story 12. I've never been the type to believe in the supernatural. Sure, I've watched horror movies and enjoyed a good scare, but it always remained firmly in the fiction category of my brain. That changed after what happened at Cassandra's house last month. I'm still trying to make sense of it, honestly. Cassandra and I have been friends since high school. We've always been different. I'm more practical, working my part-time job at McDonald's while studying, while she's into crystal healing, tarot readings, and witchcraft. I never judged her for it, but I definitely didn't take it seriously either. She would tell me about the spirits in her house, how they communicated with her through dreams, and I'd nod politely while thinking she was being a bit dramatic. That night was supposed to be just another sleepover. Nothing special, just watching movies, eating junk food, and catching up. I remember arriving at her place around 8 p.m. with an overnight bag and a pizza. Her house always had this weird energy, not necessarily bad, just different. The air felt heavier somehow. I used to joke that it was all the incense she burned, but now I'm not so sure. We stayed up late talking about everything and nothing, work drama, relationship stuff, the usual. I told her about how my manager at McDonald's had been giving me extra shifts, and how my boyfriend Matt had been distant lately. Cassandra listened, occasionally lighting another candle or adjusting her crystals. By 3 a.m., we were both getting tired. But for some reason, I couldn't fall asleep. I just lay there on her pull-out couch, staring at the ceiling, while Cassandra softly snored in her bed across the room. I must have finally dozed off around 10 a.m., which is crazy. I'd been awake for over 24 hours at that point. What happened next still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. The dream started at McDonald's, which wasn't unusual. I often dream about work. Those anxiety dreams where your register won't work or customers are yelling at you. But this felt different, more vivid. The colors were sharper, the sounds clearer. I could smell the fries and feel the slippery floor under my shoes. It was so real that I didn't even question it. In the dream, I was working a normal shift. Everything seemed fine at first, taking orders, making fries, the usual routine. Then I needed to use the bathroom. I remember walking down the back hallway past the manager's office. The lights were flickering slightly, which they sometimes do in real life when the AC kicks on. The bathroom looked normal at first. Same ugly yellow tiles, same paper towel dispenser that never works right. I went into a stall and then heard something. A rustling sound coming from the vent near the ceiling. I looked up, and that's when I saw it. A snake. Not just any snake. This thing was massive, thick as my arm and unnaturally long. But what really made my blood run cold was its face. It had a rabbit's face. Pink nose, long ears, but with reptilian eyes. It didn't make any sense. My brain was screaming that this couldn't exist, yet there it was, slithering partially out of the vent, watching me. I should have screamed, I should have run. But the strangest thing happened. After that initial shock of terror, I felt calm. Like something was dampening my fear response, and then it spoke to me. "Hello, Sophia." The voice was soft, male and strangely soothing. I'd never heard it before in my life. "Don't be afraid." "What are you?" I remember asking. "A visitor," it replied, tilting its rabbit snake head. "I've been watching you for some time." That should have freaked me out more, but in the dream logic, it didn't. We started talking. The conversation felt like it stretched on for weeks, maybe months, all compressed into what must have been minutes or hours of real sleep time. It asked me questions. So many questions about Earth, about humans, about our lives. "What purpose does your work serve?" it asked, referring to McDonald's. "We serve food to people who are hungry," I explained, feeling oddly like a museum guide. "And these people, they come to you rather than prepare their own sustenance. It's faster, more convenient." It seemed fascinated by the concept of convenience. Fascinating. You trade time for ease? The questions kept coming, about relationships, about emotions, about physical sensations. I tried to keep my answers neutral, explaining things without revealing too much personal information. Something inside me, some deep survival instinct, knew this thing wasn't human, wasn't from here, and that giving too much away could be dangerous. "Your species forms pair bonds," it observed after I mentioned Matt in passing. "For reproduction?" "Sometimes," I said, "but also for companionship, for love." "Love," it repeated, as if tasting the word. "This concept is difficult to translate." At some point during our conversation, I lost track of the snake rabbit. It had been slithering further into the bathroom, and then suddenly it was gone. I left the bathroom and went back to work feeling uneasy. That's when things got even weirder. I was taking an order from a customer when I noticed my co-worker Jen staring at me from the drink station. When I glanced at her just for a split second, her face changed. It morphed into the rabbit snake face before snapping back to normal. It happened so fast I might have missed it if I'd blinked. My heart started racing. Was the thing able to look like us? To become us? I started questioning everyone around me. Was my manager really my manager? Was that regular customer who always ordered a large coffee with 6 sugars really human? The paranoia was overwhelming. Then the panic started. People were running, employees were shouting, someone was saying that a co-worker had died, collapsed in the kitchen. My first thought was that the entity had done something. Had it hurt someone, killed someone? I couldn't find out who had died. Nobody would give me a straight answer. I decided I needed to get out. I took off my name tag, threw it on the counter, and walked toward the exit. As I pushed open the door, I felt something behind me. A presence. I didn't look back. I just ran. Through the parking lot, past the drive-through lane, across the street. I could feel it pursuing me, though when I finally got the courage to look back, there was nothing visible. I ended up in a park near the restaurant, trying to catch my breath. That's when I saw it again, the entity, but this time it had taken the form of an elderly woman. It was sitting on a bench, speaking to someone I couldn't quite see. Their conversation seemed intense, but I was too far away to hear what they were saying. The elderly woman's face occasionally flickered, revealing the rabbit snake underneath. And then I woke up. I sat bolt upright on Cassandra's pull-out couch, drenched in sweat. The clock read 2:30 p.m. I'd slept for less than 5 hours, but it felt like I'd lived through weeks in that dream. Cassandra was sitting cross-legged on her bed reading. When she saw I was awake, she marked her page and looked at me with concern. "You were making noises in your sleep," she said. "Bad dream." I told her everything. The snake with the rabbit's face, the conversations, the shape-shifting, the death at McDonald's, the chase, everything. As I spoke, her expression changed from concern to fascination. "That doesn't sound like a normal dream," she said when I finished. "That sounds like contact." "Contact with what?" I asked, though I was afraid I already knew the answer. "A spirit. Maybe one of the ones that lives here." She bit her lip, thinking. "Wait here." She went to her dresser and pulled out her tarot deck, the old one with the worn edges that she says gives the most accurate readings. I watched as she shuffled the cards, her eyes closed in concentration, before laying out a simple 3-card spread. I don't know much about tarot, but I remember the cards she pulled. The moon, the devil reversed, and the lovers. Cassandra studied them for a long moment, her brow furrowed. "This is interesting," she finally said. "The spirit that visited you is jealous. Jealous of what? Not of what, of who?" She tapped the lover's card. "I think it has romantic interest in you." I felt sick. That's impossible. It's not even human. "Spirits don't always understand human boundaries," she explained. "This one seems to have formed an attachment to you. The reversed devil card suggests it's trying to break free of its constraints to reach you." All I could think about was how the entity had reacted when I mentioned Matt. It had seemed curious, maybe even bothered, and yet Matt had actually appeared in the dream at one point, bringing me lunch during my shift. The entity had watched our interaction from behind the counter, its rabbit snake face unreadable. "But why me?" I asked. "Why now?" Cassandra shrugged. "Spirits choose who they choose. Maybe something about your energy attracted it." I stayed at Cassandra's until evening, too shaken to go home. We tried to distract ourselves with TV and more junk food, but I couldn't stop thinking about the dream, about the entity's questions, its fascination with humanity, and most disturbing of all, its apparent ability to take human form. The part that still haunts me the most was its sudden turn toward violence. Why did someone die in the dream? Was it sending me a message, a warning, or a threat? It's been a month since that night, and I haven't had another dream like that one. I've even stayed overnight at Cassandra's house again, half terrified and half hoping to make contact one more time so I could understand what it wanted. But nothing happened. I did quit my job at McDonald's, though. I couldn't handle being in that bathroom, staring at the vent, wondering if something was watching me. My manager was confused. I'd always been a reliable employee, but I couldn't explain the real reason. Sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I think I hear that soft male voice asking me questions again, about humans, about emotions, about love. And sometimes, when I look at strangers on the street, I catch myself watching their faces a little too closely, looking for any sign of a flicker, any hint that they might not be who they appear to be. I don't know what visited me that day. I don't know if it was a spirit from Cassandra's house or something else entirely. All I know is that somewhere, in some form, it's still out there, watching, learning, waiting, and most terrifying of all, I'm not entirely sure I don't want to see it again. Story 13. I've been wanting to get this all down for a while now, but I've been hesitant. Not because I'm worried people won't believe me. Honestly, I don't care about that anymore, but because writing about it means reliving it. Even a month out, I'm still trying to process what happened to us, to me. My girlfriend Melissa and I had been dating for almost 3 years when we decided to move in together. We were both 26, working decent jobs, and it felt like the next logical step. We found this apartment building that wasn't fancy, but was in our price range. Second floor, apartment 201. The rent was slightly below market value, which should have been our first red flag, but we were just excited to find something we could afford in this economy. Moving day was when it started. I remember it so clearly because that was the first time I felt it. We were carrying boxes up the stairwell, and right as I hit the top of the second floor landing, literally the moment my foot touched the hallway floor, I got hit with this wave of something. I still don't know how to describe it properly. It was like sudden, intense vertigo mixed with this feeling of pressure, like the air got thick and thin at the same time, if that makes any sense. I actually had to put my box down and lean against the wall. Melissa asked if I was okay, and I blamed it on the 3 flights of stairs while carrying heavy boxes. I've had anxiety attacks before, so at first I thought it might be that. But this felt completely different. This felt external, like something was pushing against me. We spent that first day setting up the essentials: bed, couch, kitchen stuff. The apartment itself was pretty standard. 2 bedrooms, one we planned to use as an office, 1 bathroom, combined living room and kitchen area. Nothing special, nothing obviously wrong. But every time I walked through that front door, I felt a heaviness settle over me. By the end of moving day, I was exhausted in a way that didn't match the physical work I'd done. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Not unusual after moving, right? Except I kept waking up feeling like someone was watching me. I'd jerk awake and stare into the darkness, convinced there was someone standing in the corner of our bedroom. Of course, there never was. The first few weeks were when we noticed the small things. I'd be working at my desk and catch movement in my peripheral vision, like someone walking past the doorway. I'd jump up to see who it was, thinking it was Melissa, but she'd be in another room. Or we'd both be sitting on the couch and hear what sounded like footsteps in the hallway outside our bedroom. Then there were the smells. Random, disgusting odors would appear and disappear without explanation, like rotting meat or something burning, but we could never find the source. We checked for dead rodents in the walls, cleaning supplies left out, food gone bad, nothing. The smell would just be there, intensely, in one specific spot, and then gone an hour later. I didn't want to hang mirrors in the living room when we were decorating. Melissa thought it was weird because we had a nice large one that would open up the space. When she asked why, I couldn't give her a good reason. It just felt wrong. I made up some feng shui bullshit, but the truth was, I was afraid of what I might see in them. Not my reflection, something else's. About a month in, I noticed how drained I felt all the time. I'd leave for work feeling fine, have a productive day, and the exact moment, I walked back into apartment 201, it was like someone unplugged me. My energy would just disappear. I started dreading coming home, which made no sense because I'd been so excited about living with Melissa. That was when the fighting started. Melissa and I had never been big fighters. Sure, we disagreed on things before, but we were always good at talking it out. But in that apartment, we couldn't seem to stop arguing. Little things would set us off, dishes in the sink, leaving lights on, the temperature of the apartment, things we never would have cared about before. One night, after a particularly nasty argument about something so stupid I can't even remember what it was, I remember sitting on the edge of our bed and thinking, this isn't me. I don't act like this. It was like being a passenger in my own body, watching myself say harsh things I didn't mean. I apologized to Melissa, and she did the same, both of us confused about why we were so on edge all the time. The next day, we both made an effort to be extra nice to each other. We were having coffee in the kitchen when we heard it for the first time. Voices. Not clear words, but the unmistakable cadence of people arguing. It sounded like it was coming through the wall from the neighboring apartment. The problem. That unit had been vacant since we moved in. I knocked on their door just to be sure. No answer. The building manager confirmed later that no one was living there yet. We tried to brush it off as sound, carrying weirdly from another floor, but deep down I knew that wasn't it. Around the 3-month mark, things escalated. We'd be watching TV and the volume would suddenly max out, blaring at full blast. Or all the lights in a room would flicker, even though we'd just replaced the bulbs. My laptop would shut down in the middle of work for no reason, even with a full battery. One evening, I came home to find Melissa sitting on the couch, staring at the wall. She looked like she hadn't moved for hours. When I asked her what was wrong, she just said, "I don't feel like myself here." That hit me hard because it was exactly how I'd been feeling. We started spending more time outside the apartment. We'd go to coffee shops to work, eat dinner out more often, visit friends, anything to avoid being home. But we couldn't avoid it forever. The worst incident happened about 6 months in. I woke up around 3 a.m. with that feeling of being watched again, stronger than ever. I rolled over to check on Melissa, but she wasn't in bed. I called her name, no answer. I got up and found her standing in our living room in the dark, facing the corner. "Mel?" I said, and when she turned around, her face looked wrong. Not physically different, but her expression was completely blank, like she wasn't really there. I asked her what she was doing, and she said she'd heard someone calling her name. We checked the whole apartment, but of course we were alone. At least, that's what we could see. After that night, the shadows started. Not just movements in my peripheral vision anymore, but actual dark shapes moving across walls and ceilings. They were fast. Blink, and you'd miss them. But they were definitely there. Melissa saw them too, which was both validating and terrifying. The fighting got worse. We'd scream at each other over absolutely nothing, say horrible things we'd never said before, and every time we fought, the weird stuff would ramp up. More shadows, more unexplained noises, more electronic malfunctions. It was like the apartment was feeding off our negative energy. One night, during a huge fight, all the cabinet doors in the kitchen flew open at once. We both stopped mid-sentence and stared. Neither of us was anywhere near the kitchen. We couldn't explain it away. That was the first time we actually talked about the possibility that something was wrong with the apartment, not just us. We started researching the building's history. It wasn't that old, built in the 70s, but we discovered there had been a suicide in our unit about 10 years back. A man had taken his own life after his wife left him. The previous tenants had only stayed 8 months before breaking their lease. The manager hadn't mentioned any of this, of course. By month 8, I was having regular nightmares. In them, I was always trapped in the apartment, but it would stretch on forever. Hallways extending into darkness, rooms that shouldn't exist. And there was always something following me that I couldn't quite see. I'd wake up gasping for air, feeling like I was being crushed. Melissa was having similar dreams. We considered moving, but we were locked into a year-long lease, and breaking it would have cost money we didn't have, so we tried to cope. We bought sage and tried to cleanse the apartment. We put salt in the corners of rooms like we read online. Nothing helped. Around month 10, I started hearing whispers when I was alone. Not clear words, just hushed, urgent murmuring that seemed to come from inside the walls. Sometimes it sounded like one voice, sometimes many. I never told Melissa about this because I was afraid she'd think I was losing my mind. Maybe I was. The worst part wasn't the paranormal stuff, though. It was what that place was doing to us, to me. I didn't recognize myself anymore. I was angry all the time, suspicious, mean. Melissa and I, who had once talked about marriage, could barely stand to be in the same room. Whatever was in that apartment was poisoning us. About 2 weeks before our lease was up, I had what I can only describe as a breaking point. Melissa had gone to stay with her sister after another fight, and I was alone in the apartment. I was sitting on the couch when I heard someone whisper my name, clear as day, right behind me. I spun around, and for a split second I saw something, a dark figure, human-shaped but wrong somehow, too tall and too thin. Then it was gone. I ran out of the apartment with just my phone and wallet, spent the night in my car. The next day, I called Melissa, and we both agreed we were done. We'd rather lose our security deposit than spend another night there. We packed our essential stuff in one day and never went back. I sent the keys to the property manager with a note saying we were out. The relief was immediate. It was like I could breathe again, think clearly again. Melissa and I are staying with friends while we figure out our next steps. We're talking again, really talking, not fighting. It's like we're ourselves again. But here's the thing that still keeps me up at night. If there was something supernatural in that apartment, and I'm now convinced there was, what was it doing to us? Was it feeding off our negative energy? Was it trying to make us hurt each other or ourselves? And how many other people has it affected? We drive by the building sometimes. There's a for rent sign in the window of apartment 201 again. I think about warning the next tenants, but what would I even say? Hey, there's something evil in there that will slowly turn you into someone you don't recognize. Who would believe that? I never believed in ghosts or spirits or any of that supernatural stuff before. I was the skeptic, the rational one. Now, I don't know what to believe, except that there are things in this world we don't understand, and some places are just wrong. Whatever was in apartment 201, it's still there, waiting for someone new. Story 14. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. For a long time I couldn't bring myself to talk about it at all, not even with my sister, who was there that night. I'm still not sure what made me decide to finally write it down. Maybe it's because I turned 30 last month and realized I've been carrying this memory around for more than half my life. Maybe it's because I can't sleep well anymore, and writing this might help. Or maybe it's because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. This happened in Millfield when I was 12 years old. It's one of those towns where everyone knows everyone, where the most exciting thing is usually the high school football game on Friday nights. Our house was on Cedar Lane, a quiet street with big oak trees and houses set far apart. We'd lived there since I was born. I shared a bedroom with my older sister Emma. She was 14 then, and we had one of those bunk beds with her on top and me on the bottom. Our room was at the end of the hallway upstairs, with our parents' bedroom at the opposite end. Between us was the bathroom and our brother's room, but he was away at college that year. It was late October, I remember that clearly, because Halloween decorations were up in our classroom. It was a Tuesday night, nothing special about it. We'd gone to school, done homework, had dinner, and gone to bed like any other night. The windows were cracked open because it was that perfect fall weather, cool enough to need a blanket but not cold enough to close everything up. I'd fallen asleep easily that night, which wasn't always the case. I was the kind of kid who heard every little noise and imagined the worst. But that night, I crashed hard after finishing a book report. I'm not sure exactly what time it was when I woke up. Our digital alarm clock was on Emma's side of the room, and I couldn't see it from my bunk. But it was that deep, silent part of night, probably somewhere between 2 and 4 a.m. You know that stillness when it feels like the whole world is asleep. It was that kind of quiet. What woke me wasn't a sound exactly. It was more like a change in the air, like when you can sense someone's entered a room even before you see them. My eyes opened, and I was instantly alert in that way that doesn't usually happen when you first wake up. Our bedroom door was opening, slowly, not creaking. Our dad was meticulous about oiling the hinges in the house, but moving deliberately. I remember thinking it might be Mom checking on us, which she sometimes did when she couldn't sleep. But it wasn't Mom. When the door opened fully, I saw it. A figure, tall, taller than my dad, who was 6 feet. The hallway nightlight was on behind it, so I could see its outline clearly, but nothing else. It was just dark. Not like a person wearing dark clothes. More like a piece of night that had taken human form. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just lay there, barely breathing, watching. The figure stood in the doorway for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. Then it stepped into our room. It moved smoothly, not floating exactly, but with a strange kind of grace. And it was solid. That's what freaked me out the most. This wasn't some see-through ghost. It was as solid as you or me, but completely black. No face, no features at all. Just a silhouette of a man. I could tell it was masculine from its shape. Broad shoulders, narrow hips, tall. It wasn't wearing clothes that I could distinguish, but it wasn't naked either. It was just a shadow. A three-dimensional shadow that moved on its own. The worst part was that I knew somehow that it wasn't my imagination. I knew I was awake. I could feel the slight chill from the window on my face. I could hear the faint ticking of the wall clock in the hallway. I was completely conscious. It walked, or moved, I guess, across our room toward the far wall where Emma's guitar was propped up. She'd been learning to play for about 6 months, and she usually left it standing against the wall next to her desk. The shadow man reached down and picked it up. I remember thinking, how can it touch things if it's not real? But it did. It held the guitar like it knew what it was doing, positioned its hands, or where hands would be, and strummed once, just once. The sound was soft but unmistakable in the silence of the night, a gentle chord that hung in the air. Then it carefully set the guitar back down, almost exactly where it had been. Not quite, though. It was a few inches to the left of where Emma always put it. As it turned to leave, it bumped against Emma's desk, not hard, but enough to knock over her pencil cup. The pens and pencils spilled across the surface with a light clatter. The shadow paused, looking down at the mess, though how it could look at anything without eyes, I don't know. But it didn't try to fix it. It just continued toward the door. I was still frozen, still holding my breath. But as it reached the doorway, something made me glance up at the top bunk. I couldn't see Emma, but I felt movement. She was awake too. The figure stepped out into the hallway and pulled our door closed behind it. The soft click of the latch broke whatever spell had been holding me still. From above me, Emma's voice came down, shaky and small. "Did you see that?" Those 3 words sent a jolt through me. She had seen it too. It wasn't just me. We both scrambled out of bed at the same time. Emma nearly fell down the ladder in her rush. I reached the light switch first and flipped it on, blinking in the sudden brightness. We stood there looking at each other, both of us pale and wide-eyed. Emma was trembling visibly. I probably was too. "What was that?" I whispered, not wanting to speak too loudly in case it might hear us. Emma shook her head. "I don't know. I don't know." We looked around the room. The guitar was exactly where the shadow had left it, not in its usual spot. The pencils and pens were scattered across Emma's desk, some having rolled onto the floor. And then we saw something else. On the floor, between the desk and where the figure had stood, was a small puddle of water. Not much, maybe the size of my palm, but definitely water. It hadn't been there when we went to bed. Neither of us had brought drinks into the room. Emma touched it with her fingertip. "It's cold," she said. We stood there staring at that little puddle like it might give us answers. It didn't, of course. It was just water, but it was proof that something had been there, something real enough to leave traces behind. Should we wake up Mom and Dad? I asked. Emma hesitated, then shook her head. What would we tell them? That we saw a shadow move our stuff? They'll think we had the same nightmare or something. She was probably right. Our parents were practical people. Dad was an accountant. Mom taught high school chemistry. They didn't believe in anything supernatural. Once, when I was 8 and convinced there was a monster in my closet, Dad had made me stand there while he methodically went through every item inside, explaining what each shadow was in rational terms. Let's just go back to bed, Emma said, but neither of us moved. Can I sleep in your bunk tonight? I asked. I couldn't bear the thought of being alone in my bed, closer to the floor where that thing had walked. Emma nodded immediately, looking relieved that I'd asked. We climbed up to her bunk, taking both our blankets, and huddled together like we used to do during thunderstorms when we were little. We left the light on. Neither of us slept. We just lay there, listening to every creak and groan of the house, flinching at shadows cast by tree branches outside our window. When morning finally came, the water on the floor had dried, leaving no trace. The guitar and scattered pens were the only evidence that something had happened. If Emma hadn't seen it too, I might have convinced myself it was just a vivid dream. But she had seen it. She'd witnessed the exact same thing. Here's the strange part. After that night, we never talked about it again. Not the next day, not the next week, not ever. It was like we made an unspoken agreement to pretend it never happened. We straightened up the room, put everything back where it belonged, and went about our lives. Maybe it was a coping mechanism, maybe we thought if we didn't speak about it we could forget it. But I never forgot. Not a single detail. I wonder now if that silence was the beginning of the distance between us. We'd been close before that night, not always getting along, but close in the way sisters are. After that, something changed. We started spending less time together, finding reasons to be in different places. By the time Emma left for college 4 years later, we were practically strangers living in the same house. Now, 15 years later, we barely speak. She lives in Seattle with her husband and kids. I'm still on the East Coast. We exchange obligatory birthday and Christmas texts, but that's about it. We haven't been in the same room for more than a few hours since our dad's funeral 3 years ago. I sometimes wonder if she remembers that night as clearly as I do. If she lies awake sometimes, thinking about the shadow man who came into our room, played a chord on her guitar, and disappeared, leaving nothing but a puddle of water and a memory that refuses to fade. The thing that haunts me most isn't the fear I felt. It's the fact that the shadow man never acknowledged us. It never turned toward our beds, never seemed to notice we were there. It came into our room for a specific purpose, to play that one chord on the guitar, and then it left, like we were the ghosts, not it. I've researched shadow people over the years. There are thousands of accounts online, but none quite like ours. Most shadow figures people report are menacing, watching from corners or standing over beds. Ours wasn't threatening, it was just there, doing its own thing, briefly occupying the same space as us before moving on. Sometimes I think about that water puddle. Where did it come from? Why would a shadow leave water behind? Was it crossing between worlds, bringing a piece of somewhere else with it? Or was it once a person, and the water was all that remained of its humanity? I've never experienced anything like it since that night. No paranormal encounters, no ghostly sightings. Just that one inexplicable visit from something that shouldn't exist. Last month, when I turned 30, I almost called Emma. I had my phone in my hand, her contact pulled up. I wanted to ask, do you remember the shadow man? Do you still think about that night? But I couldn't make myself press the call button. What if she didn't remember? What if she thought I was crazy? Worse, what if talking about it somehow brought it back? So I set my phone down and poured another glass of wine instead. But here's the thing that's been bothering me lately, the reason I'm finally writing this down. Last week, I was cleaning out some old boxes from my parents' house. Mum is selling it now that she's moving to a retirement community in Florida. In one box of my childhood things, I found an old notebook. Flipping through it, I found an entry dated the day after the incident. 12-year-old me had written just one sentence. It came to play music. Reading those words in my childish handwriting sent a chill through me that I haven't been able to shake. Because suddenly a new thought occurred to me. What if it wasn't random? What if it came specifically for that guitar, and if so, why? The guitar itself wasn't anything special, just a beginner's acoustic that Dad had bought Emma for her birthday. She played it for a few years, then lost interest in high school. I don't even know what happened to it after she left for college, but now I can't stop wondering if there was something about it that attracted the Shadow Man. I still don't have answers. I probably never will. But sometimes at night, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear that single chord being strummed in the darkness. And I wonder if somewhere, in some other dimension or time, the Shadow Man is still playing, still moving through spaces where he doesn't belong, leaving nothing but confusion and small puddles of water in his wake. And I wonder if someday he'll come back. Story 15. I still remember the smell. That's the thing that stays with me the most after all these years. This weird mix of something burning that wasn't quite wood and something else I couldn't identify, something that made my stomach turn. It's been almost 40 years, but sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night with that smell in my nostrils, feeling like I'm 12 years old again, staring up at those things. Let me back up. My name's Jason. Back in 1985, my mom moved my little brother Michael and me to the Navajo Mountain Reservation in Utah. We were the only white kids for miles. Mom had gotten a teaching job at the reservation school after finally leaving our dad. I won't get into all that, but let's just say there was a good reason we moved so far away from him. It was weird being outsiders there. Not terrible. Most people were nice enough, but there was always this feeling that we didn't quite belong. The reservation kids eventually warmed up to us, though. By that summer, Michael and I had made friends with a few local boys. We'd explore the area on our bikes almost every day after school. Mom was usually busy with teacher stuff, so as long as we were back before dark, she didn't mind us roaming around. The mesa was this flat-topped hill that dominated the landscape. You could see it from our bedroom window. It wasn't super tall, but it was steep enough that you had to work to climb it. We'd go up there sometimes during the day, but never at night. Nobody did. This one evening in late July, we were out later than usual. Me, Michael, and 3 Navajo boys, Darren, Kyle, and Thomas. We were riding our bikes on this dusty dirt road that ran parallel to the mesa, racing and doing stupid tricks. The sun had just gone down, and we knew we should probably head home soon. I remember I was in the lead, pedaling hard, when Darren suddenly shouted something in Navajo. Everyone slammed on their brakes so fast that I nearly crashed when I looked back and realized they weren't behind me anymore. They were all just standing there, bikes dropped, staring up at the mesa. When I turned to look where they were looking, my blood went cold. There was a fire on top of the mesa, but not like a small campfire or anything normal. This thing was huge, like impossibly big. The flames had to be at least 20 feet high, shooting straight up into the night sky. It lit up the whole top of the mesa like it was daytime, and around it, Jesus, around it were these figures. From where we stood, they looked completely black, not like dark-skinned people, like literal shadows moving around the fire. They were tall and thin, moving in this weird, jerky way that didn't look human. It was like watching those nature documentaries of praying mantises or spiders, but scaled up to human size. They were doing something that looked like dancing, but not any kind of dancing I'd ever seen. It was wrong somehow. Unnatural. I remember my mouth going completely dry. Kyle started saying something in Navajo really fast, and Thomas cut him off with a sharp word. Then Thomas looked at us and just said, "We go, now." The Navajo boys grabbed their bikes and took off like the devil himself was chasing them. Michael grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. "Jason, what is that?" he whispered. He was only 10 and I could feel him shaking. "I don't know," I said, still staring. As we watched, one of the black figures suddenly stopped moving and seemed to turn in our direction. Even though we were probably half a mile away, I swear it looked right at us, right at me. That's when we ran. We left our bikes there on the dirt road and just sprinted all the way home. I don't think I've ever run that fast before or since. We burst through the door, out of breath and terrified. Mom was at the kitchen table grading papers. She looked up, startled when we crashed in. "What in the world is wrong with you two?" she asked, frowning. Michael and I talked over each other, trying to explain what we'd seen. The giant fire, the black figures, how the reservation boys had reacted. Mom listened, but I could tell she didn't believe us. She'd been raised super religious and practical, and anything that sounded superstitious automatically got filtered out. "Boys, you know better than to make up stories like this," she sighed. "You probably just saw some teenagers having a bonfire party. Or maybe it was just a shadow from the clouds. You know how the light plays tricks out here sometimes." "Mom, the other kids freaked out," I insisted. "They knew what it was." She shook her head. "Those kids have been raised on all sorts of legends. The Navajo have their traditional beliefs, and that's fine for them, but we don't need to get caught up in all that. Now go wash up for dinner." I remember looking at Michael and seeing the frustration on his face. Mom wasn't going to listen. She never really did when it came to anything about the local culture. She respected the Navajo people, but she kept us at a distance from anything she considered superstition. That night, I couldn't sleep. Our bedroom window faced the mesa, and I kept getting up to look out, expecting to see that massive fire again. But there was nothing, just darkness. Michael crawled into my bed around midnight, which he hadn't done since he was like 6. "What if they saw us?" he whispered. "What if they come here?" I tried to act brave. "Mom's right. It was probably just some teenagers messing around." But I didn't believe that. Not for a second. The next morning, we were both exhausted but determined. We had to go back and check. We had to know what had been up there. After breakfast, we rode over to Darren's house. His mom looked uncomfortable when she saw us at the door, but she called him out. "We need to go look at the mesa," I said without preamble. Darren shook his head. "No way." "Come on," I pressed. "Don't you want to know what it was?" "I already know what it was," he said quietly, glancing back to make sure his mom couldn't hear. "And we don't go near that stuff." It took nearly an hour of convincing, but finally Darren agreed to come with us, but only to wait at the bottom of the mesa while Michael and I checked it out. He also called Thomas and Kyle, who reluctantly joined us. None of them would climb up with us, though. "We'll wait here," Thomas said firmly when we reached the dirt road where we'd been the night before. "You shouldn't go up there either." "What do you think it was?" Michael asked him. Thomas and Kyle exchanged glances. Kyle said something in Navajo and Thomas nodded. "Bad medicine," was all Thomas would say. "If you're smart, you'll leave it alone." But we weren't smart. We were curious kids who didn't know any better. So Michael and I started climbing the mesa while our friends waited below. It was hot that day, probably in the 90s, and the climb was steep. By the time we neared the top, we were both sweating and breathing hard. The mesa wasn't that tall, maybe a couple hundred feet, but it felt like climbing a mountain. The top of the mesa was flat and rocky, with scraggly vegetation here and there. We immediately went to the spot where we'd seen the fire. It was easy to find. It was on the side directly facing the road where we'd been standing, but there was nothing there. No ashes, no burn marks, no evidence that an enormous fire had raged just hours before. We searched the entire top of the mesa, looking for any sign of what we'd seen. Nothing, It was completely untouched. "This doesn't make sense," I said, kicking at the rocky ground. "That fire was huge. It should have left a mark." Michael was walking slowly, his eyes on the ground. "Jason," he called, "come look at this." I went over to where he was standing. He pointed at the ground, and I saw what looked like a mark scratched into the rock. It wasn't anything I recognized, kind of like a stick figure, but with the head all wrong and with too many limbs at odd angles. Next to it were more marks that might have been words in a language I didn't know. "What is that?" Michael asked. Before I could answer, we heard a shout from below. Thomas was waving frantically for us to come down. We took one last look around, then headed back down. As we descended, I had the strongest feeling that something was watching us. I kept glancing back over my shoulder, but there was never anything there. When we reached the bottom, our friends were already on their bikes, clearly anxious to leave. "Well?" Darren asked, his voice tight. "What'd you find?" "Nothing," I said. "No fire, no ashes, nothing, except some weird scratches." The three Navajo boys exchanged looks again. "We should go," Kyle said. "Now." As we rode away, I told them about the markings we'd found. Nobody said anything at first. Then Thomas spoke up. "My grandma says not to talk about them, ever, or they hear you and know who you are." "Who?" Michael asked. "The skinwalkers," Thomas said so quietly I barely heard him. "That was the last time any of them ever discussed it with us. Over the next few weeks, we tried bringing it up, but they'd change the subject or suddenly remember they had to be somewhere else. Eventually, the whole friend group kind of fell apart. They still talked to us at school, but they never wanted to hang out after that." I asked my social studies teacher about skinwalkers once, thinking she'd give me some educational explanation. She just looked at me for a long moment, then said, "We don't discuss those things. If you're interested in Navajo culture, I can recommend some books about our history and traditions." I even tried asking one of the elderly women who sometimes helped out in the school cafeteria. The moment I said the word skinwalker, she turned and walked away without a word. The silence around the subject just made it more terrifying. If no one would talk about it, it had to be serious, right? For weeks afterward, I had nightmares about those black figures. In my dreams, they'd stop their dance and all turn to look at me at once, then start moving toward me with those jerky, insect-like movements. I'd try to run, but my legs wouldn't work. Sometimes, in the dreams, one of them would reach out and touch my face with fingers that were too long, too cold, too wrong. Mom got concerned about my nightmares, but attributed them to adjustment issues, or possibly trauma from our life before the reservation. She never connected them to what we'd seen that night. About 2 months after the incident, something else happened. Michael woke me up in the middle of the night, shaking me frantically. "Jason," he hissed, "look outside." I stumbled to the window, still half asleep. At first I didn't see anything. Then movement caught my eye. Someone was standing in our yard, just at the edge where the light from our porch fell. It looked like a person, but something was off about the proportions. The arms seemed too long, hanging down almost to the knees, and the way it was standing was all wrong, kind of hunched and twisted. As we watched, it slowly raised its head and looked directly at our window. I couldn't make out a face, just darkness where features should have been. Then it moved, taking a step toward the house with that same unnatural, jerky motion we'd seen on the mesa. I yanked the curtains closed and pulled Michael away from the window. "Should we wake up, Mom?" he whispered, his voice shaking. I thought about it for a second. "No," I decided. "She won't believe us anyway." We huddled together in my bed, neither of us brave enough to look outside again. Eventually, Michael fell into a fitful sleep, but I stayed awake until dawn, listening for any sound of something trying to get into the house. In the morning, I cautiously checked outside. There was nothing there, of course. No footprints, no evidence that anything had been in our yard, just like the mesa. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. We lasted another year on the reservation before Mom got a better job offer in Colorado. I can't tell you how relieved I was to leave that place. The mesa, the secrets, the feeling of always being watched. I was happy to put it all behind me. As the years passed, I convinced myself that what we'd seen must have been explainable. Maybe it was some kind of atmospheric phenomenon, or maybe some local kids playing a prank. I became kind of a skeptic about all things paranormal. It's easier to believe in a rational explanation than to accept that there are things in this world that defy understanding. But here's the thing, I'm 50 years old now. I've got a good job, a wife, 2 daughters. I'm as normal and grounded as they come. I haven't thought about the skinwalker incident in years. And yet, in 2019, my oldest daughter got interested in her cultural heritage for a school project. She found out I'd lived on a Navajo reservation and decided to visit it as part of her research. I tried to talk her out of it, but she's stubborn. Gets that from her mother. She went for a week, stayed in a little bed and breakfast near the reservation, and did interviews with some of the locals. When she came back, she was different, quieter. She didn't talk much about the trip until about a week after she returned. We were sitting on the porch one evening when she suddenly asked, "Dad, did anything weird ever happen to you when you lived on the reservation?" My heart nearly stopped. "Why do you ask?" "I went up to that mesa one afternoon," she said, staring out into the distance. "The one you can see from everywhere. It was just for the view, you know, but when I got to the top I felt something. Like a darkness just came over me. Like something was there with me, watching me. And I swear, Dad, I heard something whisper my name. Not my first name, my full name, the one hardly anyone knows. Jessica Eleanor Matthews." I didn't know what to say. My daughter looked at me, and I saw real fear in her eyes. A woman I interviewed told me later that I shouldn't have gone up there. She said the place was haunted by something called a skinwalker. She said they remember people, Dad, and they remember their families. I tried to laugh it off, to explain it as suggestion and an overactive imagination, but my hands were shaking. That night, for the first time in decades, I had the nightmare again. The black figures around the fire, all turning to look at me at once. But this time, they weren't looking at just me, they were looking past me at something behind me. And when I turned around in the dream, I saw my daughters standing there, exposed and unprotected. I woke up with that smell in my nostrils again, that burning that wasn't quite wood, and something else, something wrong. I got up and checked on both my girls, watched them sleeping peacefully, and then I went to the window and looked out into the darkness of our suburban backyard. For just a moment, just a split second, I thought I saw something move at the edge of the light, something with limbs that moved wrong. I don't know what we saw that night in 1985. I don't know if it was real or if we somehow all shared the same hallucination. What I do know is that 40 years later, it still has the power to turn my blood to ice. And sometimes, in the darkest part of the night, I still find myself afraid to look out the window, terrified of what might be looking back. Story 16. My grandparents had assigned me the bedroom on the 3rd floor. They thought I'd like having my own space away from the adults, but honestly, being up there alone creeped me out. The stairs to the 3rd floor were narrow and steep, and they creaked no matter how carefully you walked on them. My bedroom had these old flowery wallpaper that was peeling in the corners, and those antique wooden floors that groaned with every step. The worst part was, at night, I swear I could hear footsteps in the hallway outside my door when everyone else was asleep. We'd been there for about 5 days when it happened. It was a Saturday, and my grandparents were hosting this big family barbecue. All my aunts, uncles, and cousins were there, probably about 20 people total. The adults were drinking beer and grilling burgers in the backyard, while us kids played tag around the property. My dog Max was there too. He was a golden retriever, about 4 years old then, and he was the sweetest dog you could imagine, always wagging his tail, following me everywhere. It was mid-afternoon, probably around 3 p.m. The sun was still bright, but the house cast this long shadow over part of the yard. I remember because I was playing with my cousins when I realized I needed to use the bathroom. The downstairs bathroom was occupied, so I figured I'd run up to the second floor one. No one even noticed me heading inside. They were all laughing and talking over each other. The house felt weirdly quiet compared to the noise outside. You know how sometimes when you step into an empty building, there's this pressure in your ears? It felt like that. I remember thinking it was strange how much cooler it was inside, even though it was July, and my grandparents didn't have air conditioning in the old place. I used the bathroom on the second floor and was heading back downstairs when I rounded the corner to the main staircase. That's when I saw Max at the bottom of the stairs, just standing there, looking up at me. At first, I was confused because I was sure he'd been outside with everyone else when I came in. "Max!" I called out, starting to head down the stairs. That's when I noticed something was off. Max was completely still, like unnaturally still. His tail wasn't wagging, which was weird because Max's tail was always wagging when he saw me. His eyes looked, I don't even know how to describe it, empty, cold. It was like looking at a stuffed animal version of my dog instead of my actual dog. His fur seemed duller too, not that warm golden color I was used to, but something more washed out. I stopped halfway down the stairs, suddenly feeling this overwhelming sense of dread. Something was wrong, really wrong, but I didn't understand what. "Max?" I said again, my voice coming out shaky. That's when he moved, and I almost wish he hadn't. His head turned toward me, but it moved all wrong. Too slow, too mechanical, like one of those animatronic animals at a museum. His whole body stayed facing forward while just his head rotated to look at me. And his eyes, they weren't Max's eyes. They were completely black, like two empty holes. I gripped the banister, frozen in place. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I just stood there watching as this thing that looked like Max but definitely wasn't. Max stared up at me. And then it got worse. After staring at me for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds, Max turned away. But instead of walking toward the front door or the kitchen, he walked straight toward the wall under the staircase. And then, I still can't believe what I saw, he walked right through it, like his body just passed through the solid wall as if it wasn't there. That broke whatever spell had me frozen. I screamed so loud my throat hurt. I turned and ran down the stairs, taking them two at a time, not caring if I fell. I raced through the kitchen and burst out the back door, still screaming. Everyone turned to look at me. My mum rushed over, asking what was wrong. I was hysterical, trying to explain between sobs what I'd seen. Max, inside, he wasn't right. He went through the wall. My dad came over then, looking concerned. "Emma, Max has been out here the whole time. Look." He pointed across the yard, and there was Max, tied to one of the posts on my grandparents' deck with a long leash. He was lying in the shade, panting in the summer heat. "That's impossible," I said. "I just saw him inside." "No, honey," my dad said gently. "He's been out here the whole time. I tied him up myself over an hour ago because he kept trying to steal food off people's plates." I didn't know what to say. I knew what I'd seen. But there was Max, clearly outside, where he'd apparently been the whole time. My relatives were all staring at me. I could see the looks they were giving each other. Poor Emma, what an imagination. Maybe she's getting too much sun. My mom suggested I go lie down for a bit, maybe I was overtired, but there was no way I was going back in that house alone. I ended up sitting in one of the lawn chairs for the rest of the afternoon, refusing to go inside. When it got dark and everyone started heading in, I begged to sleep in my parents' room. They agreed, probably thinking I'd just had a nightmare or something, even though I'd been wide awake. For the rest of that vacation, I refused to be alone in that house. I made someone come with me any time I needed to go inside, even to use the bathroom. My parents thought I was being dramatic, but they didn't understand. They hadn't seen what I'd seen. We left a few days later, and I never went back to that farmhouse. My grandparents sold it a couple years after that when they moved to Florida for retirement. I was secretly relieved. For years I tried to convince myself it had been my imagination. Maybe I'd fallen asleep for a moment and dreamed the whole thing. Maybe it was a trick of the light or my mind playing games with me. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. Then last year, I was scrolling through some forums about paranormal experiences when I came across a post about something called mimics. According to the post, mimics are entities that can take the form of someone or something you know and trust, often a family member or a pet. They're supposed to be these ancient creatures that feed on fear or negative energy. The post said they often appear in old houses or places with a lot of history. Reading that post sent chills down my spine because it described exactly what I'd experienced. The unnatural movements, the wrong eyes, the feeling of wrongness about the whole thing. According to the forum, mimics appear as something familiar to lure you in, but they always get something slightly wrong. The eyes, the movements, something that tips you off that what you're seeing isn't what it appears to be. What really freaked me out was when someone in the comments mentioned that mimics are often seen in houses with 3 stories, and they tend to target children or teenagers who are alone. They wrote that mimics are drawn to innocence and fear, and that they often appear at liminal times, like when someone is between childhood and adulthood. I was 12 that summer, definitely at that in-between age, and I was alone in that 3-story house when it happened. The thing is, I don't think it was trying to lure me. If anything, it seemed like it was trying to scare me or maybe warn me. I've thought about this a lot, and I still don't understand why it appeared to me that day or what it wanted. My dog Max passed away 2 years ago. The real Max, I mean. He lived to be 14, a good long life for a golden. Sometimes I wonder if what I saw that day was somehow connected to him, or if it was just using his form because it knew I trusted him. I've never told anyone this next part, but the night after I saw the mimic, I had this vivid dream where I was walking through my grandparents' house, but all the rooms were empty. No furniture, no people, just empty rooms. And in every room I could see that thing, that not Max, standing in the corner watching me. In the dream, I somehow knew it had always been there in that house, watching everyone who lived there. When I woke up, there was this weird smell in the room, like wet dog fur and something else I couldn't identify. Something rotten. I'm 22 now, in college studying psychology, and I still think about what happened that day. I've researched mimics and other paranormal phenomena, trying to make sense of my experience. Some theories suggest these entities have been around for centuries, taking different forms in different cultures. Skinwalkers in Native American lore, doppelgangers in European traditions. The rational part of my brain says there has to be a logical explanation. Maybe I was dealing with some early onset sleep paralysis or a hallucination brought on by stress. But the part of me that was there that day, that saw what I saw, knows there was something in that house. Something that wasn't human, something that could look like my dog, but wasn't my dog. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else ever saw it. Did my grandparents experience strange things in that house that they never talked about? Did the new owners? I've been tempted to track them down and ask, but I'm afraid of what I might learn. The hardest part is that no one believed me then, and no one would believe me now. I've never told this story to anyone other than writing it here, because I know how it sounds. But I know what I saw, and I know that whatever it wasn't just my imagination. I still can't sleep in the dark. I still check behind doors before I enter rooms, and I still can't look at old houses without wondering what might be inside, watching and waiting. But most of all, I still wonder, why me? Why that day? And what would have happened if I had gone down those stairs and followed it? I guess some questions don't have answers, but I know one thing for sure. There are things in this world that we don't understand, things that exist in the corners of our reality, just out of sight. And sometimes they show themselves when we least expect it. That day changed me. I'm more cautious now, more aware of the world around me. I pay attention to that feeling in my gut when something doesn't seem right. Because sometimes that feeling is trying to warn you about something your conscious mind can't comprehend. I don't know what that thing was that looked like Max that day. I don't know if it meant me harm or if it was trying to communicate something. All I know is that it was real. It happened, and 10 years later, I still can't explain it. Story 17. I still can't sleep through the night. It's been 3 months since everything happened, but every time I close my eyes, I see her face, her beautiful face. And then I remember how it changed, how everything changed. I need to write this down, maybe to make sense of it. Maybe just to convince myself I'm not crazy. I grew up in a small village along the Phra Kanong River. Everyone knew everyone there. Our houses stood on stilts above the water, connected by wooden walkways. Life was simple but good. That's where I met May. May was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. Not just her appearance, though her smile could light up the darkest night, but her soul. She had this way of making everyone around her feel special. When we married, the entire village celebrated for 3 days straight. I still remember how the lanterns reflected in her eyes that night. We were so happy. We'd been married for 2 years when May told me she was pregnant. I couldn't stop smiling for weeks. I built a small cradle myself, staying up late after fishing to carve intricate designs into the wood. May would sit nearby, humming lullabies while working on tiny clothes for our baby. We had everything planned out. Then the conscription notice came. The war seemed so distant from our peaceful village, but suddenly I was being pulled away from everything I loved. The night before I left, May held me tighter than she ever had. "Come back to us," she whispered. "We'll be waiting." I promised her I would. It was the easiest promise I ever made. The war was hell. I won't go into details. That's not what this story is about. All I thought about was getting back to May, to our child who would have been born while I was away. Every night I dreamed of holding them both. When I finally returned to our village, something felt off. People stared at me as I walked down the familiar paths. Some even backed away. I figured they were just surprised to see me alive. Many men from our village never returned. I hurried home, my heart racing with excitement. Our house looked exactly the same, though the wooden steps creaked more than I remembered. Inside, I found May cradling our baby boy. "You came back," she said, her eyes filling with tears. I rushed to them, wrapping my arms around my family. The baby was so small, so perfect. May looked tired, but just as beautiful as the day I left. I was home. Everything was right again. For a few days, we lived in our own little world. I couldn't get enough of watching May with our son, of learning how to be a father, but whenever we ventured out together, I noticed how the villagers avoided us. They wouldn't look at May directly, and some made warding signs when they thought I wasn't watching. "What's going on with everyone?" I asked May. "Why are they acting so strange?" "They're jealous of our happiness," she said, kissing my cheek. "Don't worry about them." But it wasn't just their behavior. Strange things kept happening around our house. The food May cooked smelled wonderful, but tasted like nothing. At night, I'd wake up to find her sitting perfectly still, just watching me. Sometimes I thought I heard her talking to someone when no one else was there. One evening, an old friend finally approached me when I was alone by the river. "Knock," he said, his voice trembling. "You need to know something." Before he could continue, May called my name from our doorway. My friend's face drained of color, and he backed away, making the sign to ward off evil. "Don't come here again!" May called after him, her voice suddenly harsh in a way I'd never heard before. That night I couldn't sleep. Something was nagging at me, a feeling I couldn't shake. May had fallen asleep with the baby between us. I carefully got up and went to the small altar in the corner of our home. Looking at the incense I'd brought back from the war, I realized it hadn't burned down at all since I'd lit it days ago. I heard a soft sound from outside. Through the window I could see an elderly woman from the village standing below our house. When she saw me, she gestured frantically for me to come down. Careful not to wake May, I crept outside and down the stairs. "You must leave this place," the old woman whispered, glancing fearfully at my house. "Your wife and child died while you were away. What lives in your house now is not human." My first reaction was anger. How dare she say such horrible things? But then memories started flooding back. The villagers' fear, the strange atmosphere in our home, May's sudden mood changes. "You're lying," I said, but my voice lacked conviction. "During childbirth," she continued, ignoring my denial. "It was difficult. We couldn't stop the bleeding. By the time the midwife arrived, it was too late for both of them. The whole village mourned. We sent word to your commanders, but you were already moving through the jungle." "No," I insisted. "She's upstairs right now, with our son." The old woman shook her head sadly. "Go to the temple. Ask the monks. They'll tell you where they're buried." I couldn't process what she was saying. It had to be some cruel joke. I turned to go back inside, but the woman grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "Watch her carefully," she warned. "You'll see the truth." I pulled away and hurried back upstairs. May was still sleeping peacefully with our baby. I crawled back into bed beside them, but sleep wouldn't come. I lay there until dawn, watching my wife's chest rise and fall with each breath, trying to convince myself that everything was normal. The next day I couldn't stop thinking about the old woman's words. I found myself watching May more closely. Was her skin paler than I remembered? Did her eyes look different somehow? Was it strange that our baby never cried? I decided to test something. While May was cooking dinner, I deliberately knocked a lime off the table. It rolled across the floor, stopping several feet away from where she stood at the stove. "Can you grab that for me?" I asked casually, pretending to be busy with the baby. "Of course," she replied, not turning from the pot she was stirring. What happened next will haunt me forever. May's arm, her arm, stretched impossibly across the room. It elongated like rubber, her fingers extending until they reached the lime on the floor. As she retracted her arm back to normal size, she turned and smiled at me. In that moment, I knew. The old woman was telling the truth. May must have seen the horror on my face because her expression changed instantly. Her smile fell away, replaced by something desperate and angry. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she demanded. The baby in the cradle began to wail, but the sound was wrong, too high-pitched, almost like an animal. "I need some air," I stammered, backing toward the door. "I'll be right back." "No!" May shouted, and the house physically shook. "You promised you'd come back to us. You promised you wouldn't leave us again." I ran. I didn't grab anything, didn't think, just ran out the door and down the steps. Behind me, May's voice changed, becoming deeper, inhuman. "Nak, come back!" I sprinted down the walkways between houses, villagers scattering before me. Behind me, I could hear May gaining ground, her footsteps unnaturally fast. I dared one glance back and saw her floating above the wooden planks, her feet not touching the ground, her hair wild around her face, which was no longer entirely human. The village temple was ahead, its golden roof catching the setting sun. I'd never been particularly religious, but something told me I'd be safe there. Sacred ground, consecrated territory. As I crossed the temple threshold, I felt a pressure behind me, like something hitting an invisible wall. May stood at the temple boundary, her face contorted with rage and grief. "You promised," she screamed, and the sound made my ears bleed. You can't leave us again! The monks appeared from inside, alerted by the commotion. The eldest among them took one look at May and began chanting, his hands forming ritual gestures. The other monks joined in, their voices rising in unison. May's form seemed to flicker between the woman I loved and something else, something ancient and terrible. She wailed, a sound of such profound loss that I almost ran back to her despite everything. She must be contained, the head monk told me as the others continued their chants. Her attachment to you is too strong. Her spirit cannot move on. What followed was the longest night of my life. The monks performed rituals I'd never seen, burning special incense, reciting from sacred texts. All the while, May circled the temple grounds, sometimes pleading, sometimes threatening. The baby was in her arms now, its cries mingling with hers in a terrible chorus. Near dawn, the monks brought out a clay jar. "We will trap her spirit," the head monk explained. "Then we will throw the jar into the river." I watched in horror and fascination as their chanting intensified. May seemed to be fighting against an invisible force, pulling her toward the jar. She screamed my name over and over. "Nak, don't let them do this. We can be together. I came back for you." The part of me that still loved her wanted to stop them. But I remembered her stretched arm, the inhuman wail of our child. This wasn't my May anymore. My May had died giving birth to our son. What stood before me was something else, something wearing her face. With a final terrible shriek, May's spirit was pulled into the jar. The head monk quickly sealed it with blessed cloth and wax. The sudden silence was deafening. "It is done," he said, but he didn't look convinced. They took the jar to the deepest part of the river and threw it in, weighed down with stones. I watched from the shore, tears streaming down my face. For 3 days I stayed at the temple. The monks showed me the grave where May and our son were buried. I brought flowers and prayed for their souls. On the 4th day, a fisherman came running to the temple, his face white with terror. "She's back," he gasped. "The ghost has returned." That night, May's vengeful spirit terrorized the village. Boats capsized, fires started mysteriously, and several people reported seeing her floating outside their windows, searching for me. The monks realized their first attempt had failed. May's spirit was too powerful, her attachment to me too strong to be contained by ordinary means. They gathered again, this time bringing out an ancient waistband said to have special powers. The ritual was more intense than before. It took 7 monks chanting for 7 hours. The temple shook. Candles extinguished themselves only to relight moments later. And through it all, May's voice called to me, promising that we could be together forever if I just came to her. Finally, her spirit was trapped in the waistband. The head monk told me it would be taken far away, to be kept by the royal family, where its power could be contained. "Never speak her name again," he warned me. "Never call to her. Her love for you transcended death itself. Such attachment is dangerous." I left the village that day. I couldn't stay there with the memories, couldn't walk past our house or her grave. I moved to the city, found work, tried to build a new life. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear her calling my name. Sometimes I think I see a woman holding a baby watching me from across a crowded street. And sometimes I wake up to find a single lime placed beside my bed. I don't know if I'll ever be free of May. I don't know if her spirit is still trapped in that waistband or if she somehow broke free again. All I know is that love isn't supposed to be like this. Love isn't supposed to follow you from beyond the grave. And now, as I write this, I can hear something scratching at my door. Story 18. I never believed in ghosts. Not really. I mean, our kampong has its share of stories, like any village in Malaysia. Stories of Pontianak and Penanggal that my grandmother would scare me with as a child. But those were just stories to me. Until a month ago. Until I saw CT. It happened when I was coming back from fishing at Sungai Tenang. I know I shouldn't have stayed out so late, but the prawns were really biting that evening, and I'd promised my mother I'd bring back enough for her sambal recipe. The moon was nearly full, casting enough light for me to see the path without my torch, which was good because the batteries were dying anyway. Our kampong is small, maybe 30 houses total, surrounded by palm oil plantations and patches of old jungle. Everyone knows everyone. We've all grown up together, shared celebrations, mourned losses together. CT Cheng Tian was one of us. She was 24, just a year younger than me. We weren't close friends or anything, but in a place this small, you know everyone's business, whether you want to or not. When CT died a month ago, the entire kampong turned out for her funeral. Her parents were devastated. The official story was that she fell into the river during a storm and drowned. Her body was found 2 days later, tangled in roots downstream. But there were whispers, you know, the kind that stop when certain people walk by. Anyway, I was almost home that night, passing by the old banyan tree that marks the entrance to our kampong, the one with roots that twist down from the branches like they're trying to grab anyone who walks underneath. As kids, we used to dare each other to touch it after dark. That's when I saw her. At first, I thought someone was just standing there waiting for someone. It wasn't unusual for young couples to meet by the tree after their parents were asleep. But as I got closer, I realized who it was. CT was standing there, wearing the white dress they buried her in. Her long black hair hung down her back, swaying slightly. Though there wasn't any breeze I could feel, she was looking away from me, toward the jungle. I froze. My mouth went dry. Every story my grandmother ever told me came rushing back. A woman in white, near a tree, at night. Everything in me screamed to run, but then I thought, maybe I'm just tired. Maybe it's someone who looks like CT. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks in the moonlight. CT, I called out, my voice cracking. She turned, slowly, so slowly. And that's when my blood turned to ice. It was her face, but not her face. Her skin was the color of ash, drained of all life, but it was her eyes that made me take a step back. They were hollow, not empty, but filled with a deep sorrow that seemed to pull at me. And behind that sorrow was something else, something angry, something that made my skin prickle with goosebumps. Hafiz, she said my name, and her voice. It wasn't right. It sounded like her, but with an echo, like she was speaking from the bottom of a well. I've come back. My legs wouldn't move. I couldn't run, even though everything in me wanted to. You're dead, I said stupidly, as if she needed reminding. Yes, she replied, and a sad smile crossed her face, but I cannot rest. That's when I knew. She wasn't just a ghost. She was a ngui, what my grandmother called a vengeful female spirit who returns when something is left unfinished, when justice hasn't been served. Why? I managed to ask, though my throat felt like I'd swallowed sand. They lied, Hafiz, about how I died. Her form flickered slightly like a candle in wind. I didn't drown by accident. I was put there. I felt sick. The rumors had suggested as much, but to hear it from her. I need your help, she continued. I cannot rest until the truth is known, until those responsible face what they've done. Why me? I asked. We weren't close in life. I'd barely spoken more than polite greetings to her when passing on the road. Because you see me, she said simply. Because you're honest, because you're not afraid of the truth. I almost laughed at that last part. I was terrified. But something about her desperation reached me. No one deserves to die the way she was suggesting. No one deserves to have their death swept under the rug with lies. What? My voice was steadier than I expected. CT stepped closer. I could see water dripping from the hem of her dress now, pooling around her bare feet. Listen. Watch. Ask questions. The truth is here in the kampong. Someone knows. Several someones know. Then she reached out and touched my hand. I expected her touch to be cold. Isn't that what ghost stories always say? But it burned like ice against my skin. Not painful, but shocking. "I'll be watching," she whispered. "I'll help you when I can." And then she was gone. Not like in movies where ghosts fade away dramatically. One moment she was there, the next I was alone by the banyan tree, with just the sound of insects and my own ragged breathing. I stood there for I don't know how long, trying to process what had happened. Was I going crazy? Had I fallen asleep while fishing and dreamed the whole thing? But the burning sensation where she touched my hand remained. And when I got home and looked in the mirror, there was a mark, 5 fingerprints, pale against my brown skin like a mild frostbite. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? I kept replaying the encounter, wondering if I'd really agreed to help a ghost solve her own murder. By morning, exhaustion had overtaken fear, and I made a decision. If I was going crazy, I might as well embrace it, and if I wasn't, if CT really had come back as a Ngui, then someone in our kampong had gotten away with murder. I needed to start asking questions, carefully. I started with what I knew. CT had supposedly drowned during the big storm 4 weeks ago. She'd been found 2 days later when the waters receded. The doctor from the neighboring town had declared it an accidental drowning. Case closed. But our kampong is small, and CT had lived here her whole life. She knew that river, knew its moods and dangers. She wouldn't have been careless, especially during a storm. My first stop was her family's house. I brought them some of the prawns I'd caught as an excuse. CT's mother answered the door, her face thinner than I remembered, eyes red-rimmed. She thanked me for the prawns, but seemed eager to close the door. "I was just thinking about CT," I said quickly. "We all miss her around here." Her mother's face crumpled a bit. "Yes, it was so sudden." "I still don't understand how it happened," I said carefully. "CT was always so careful around the water." A shadow passed over her face. "Sometimes accidents just happen, Hafiz. We cannot question Allah's will." But there was something in her eyes. Fear? I couldn't tell. Did CT seem different before she died? Worried about anything? Her mother glanced behind her, then lowered her voice. "Why are you asking these questions?" I hadn't prepared for this. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm trying to understand." She studied me for a long moment. "My daughter kept secrets in her final weeks. She was afraid, but wouldn't tell me why. And now she's gone." Tears filled her eyes. "Please, Hafiz, some things are better left alone." She closed the door gently but firmly in my face. Walking away, I felt someone watching me. Looking up, I saw CT's father observing from an upstairs window, his expression unreadable. Over the next few days, I asked around casually. Most people gave me the same answers. It was a tragic accident, so sad she was so young, but there were exceptions. Old Mrs. Fatima, who lives nearest to the river, told me she heard screaming that night, not from the direction of the river, but from the road leading to Pak Razak's warehouse. "But with the storm, who can be sure?" she added, and refused to say more. Azam, who runs the small sundry shop, mentioned that CT had come in the day before she died, looking like she'd seen a ghost herself. She'd bought a disposable camera, unusual because nobody uses those anymore, not with phones having cameras. When I asked if she'd said what it was for, he just shrugged. The more I asked, the more I felt eyes on me. People in the kampong started giving me strange looks. Conversation stopped when I approached. Twice, I noticed Dato Ismail's black SUV driving slowly past my house. Dato Ismail is the richest man in our kampong, owns most of the surrounding palm oil plantation. He's also our informal leader. Whatever he says happens. And then, 5 days after seeing CT by the banyan tree, something happened that convinced me I wasn't crazy. I was walking home after dark. I'd been at my cousin's house watching football. As I passed the community hall, I heard voices arguing inside. The windows were open to catch the night breeze, and I recognized Dato Ismail's distinctive, deep voice, though I couldn't make out the words. I'm not proud of it, but I crept closer to listen. Asking too many questions, Dato Ismail was saying, just like her. He's harmless, replied another voice I recognized as Pak Razak, the warehouse owner. Just a boy with an overactive imagination. We can't take that chance, Dato said firmly. What if he finds the camera? My blood ran cold. The camera, as I mentioned. It's been dealt with, said a third voice, CT's father. His voice sounded strained, nothing like the gentleman I'd known my whole life. Are you sure? Dato pressed. Because if those photos ever get out, they won't, CT's father cut in. I burned everything in her room after it happened. There's nothing left. I must have made a noise, because suddenly the voices stopped. I ran, praying the darkness would hide me. I didn't stop until I reached home, my lungs burning. That night, CT came to me again. I was lying in bed, unable to sleep, when the temperature in my room dropped suddenly. The curtains stopped moving, though my window was open. And there she was, standing at the foot of my bed, water still dripping from her dress. They're hiding something, I whispered. She nodded. In the warehouse, she said, her voice still carrying that unnatural echo. The night before I died, I saw them. Saw who? Doing what? But she just stared at me with those hollow eyes. The camera. They're afraid of the camera. CT, I need more than that, I pleaded. She flickered like a bad TV signal. It hurts to remember, she said. It hurts to be here, but I'll show you. She raised her hand toward my forehead. I flinched, but didn't pull away. When her fingers touched my skin, it burned like before, but then images flashed through my mind. CT hiding behind crates in the warehouse. A flashlight beam sweeping past. Camera clicking. Men arguing. A heavy bag being loaded into the back of a black SUV. CT running, slipping in mud, being caught, struggling, pain, water filling her lungs. I gasped as she pulled her hand away, feeling like I'd been drowning myself. The images were fractured, incomplete, but one thing was clear. CT had witnessed something at the warehouse, something involving Dato Ismail and others, something worth killing for. What was in the bag? I asked. She shook her head. I don't know, but it comes on boats late at night, and it makes them rich. Smuggling. That had to be it. Our kampong is not far from the coast, with easy river access. Dato Ismail's wealth had always seemed excessive for a palm oil plantation owner. The camera, I said. You took photos. CT nodded. They think they destroyed them all. But they're wrong. She was fading now, her form becoming transparent. Where? I asked urgently. Where did you hide it? Her voice was barely audible as she vanished. Where we used to play as children. And then I was alone again. Where we used to play as children. But CT and I hadn't played together as children. We weren't friends like that. Unless, she didn't mean me specifically. She meant children of the kampong. There's an old rubber plantation at the edge of the village. It's abandoned now. But when we were kids, it was our playground. There's a hollow tree there where we used to hide treasures. Pretty rocks, comic books, forbidden cigarettes when we got older. The next morning, I made an excuse to my mother about helping a friend with motorbike repairs and headed straight for the rubber plantation. It looked smaller than I remembered. The trees strangled by wild vines, the ground carpeted with dead leaves. I found the hollow tree easily enough, an ancient rubber tree with a split in its trunk large enough for a child to crawl inside. Now, as an adult, I had to reach my arm in awkwardly, feeling around in the damp interior. My fingers brushed against something plastic. I pulled it out, a Ziploc bag, dirty but intact. Inside was the disposable camera, and wrapped around it, protected by another plastic bag, was a small notebook. I shoved both into my backpack and hurried to leave, constantly looking over my shoulder. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Back home, I locked myself in my room and examined my findings. The notebook was a diary, its pages filled with CT's neat handwriting. The most recent entries confirmed what I'd suspected. Saw them again tonight, third time this month. Same routine, boat comes, unloads into Pakrazak's warehouse. Dato's men take it from there. Don't know what it is, but must be valuable from how careful they are. And then the final entry, dated the day before she died. Got close enough to see inside one of the packages when they dropped it. Pills, lots of them. Taking photos tomorrow night as proof. Going to send everything to that reporter in KL who did the story on corruption last year. CT had stumbled onto a drug smuggling operation right here in our sleepy kampong, and she'd paid with her life. I needed to get the camera developed, but I couldn't do it locally, not without word getting back to Dato Ismail. I'd have to go to the city, but that was a 2-hour bus ride away, and I'd need an excuse for being gone all day. Before I could figure out my next move, there was a knock at my door. My mother's voice called through. "Hefeze, Dato Ismail is here to see you." My heart nearly stopped. Had they seen me at the rubber plantation? Did they know? I shoved the camera and diary under my mattress and went out to face him. Dato Ismail was sitting in our small living room, looking too large and too elegant for our simple furniture. My mother was hovering nervously, offering him tea he didn't want. "Ah, Hafiz," he said warmly as I entered. "I was just telling your mother what a fine young man you've become. Hard-working, respectful." I nodded cautiously. "Thank you, Dato." "I hear you've been asking questions about poor CT's death," he continued, his smile never reaching his eyes. "Such a tragedy." "Just trying to understand, Dato," I said. "We all miss her." He studied me for a long moment. "Some things are best left in the past, young man. Stirring up old sorrows only brings pain to those still grieving, like CT's parents." The threat was subtle, but clear. "I understand," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Good," Dato nodded. "By the way, I'm looking for someone to help manage some paperwork at my office. Your mother says you're good with computers. It pays well. You should come by tomorrow, we can discuss it. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer." That's what he was doing. "Thank you for the opportunity," I said. "I'll definitely consider it." After he left, my mother was ecstatic about the job offer. I smiled and nodded while panic churned in my stomach. I had to act fast. That night, I snuck out after my parents were asleep. I took my motorbike instead of waiting for the morning bus, driving through the dark to the nearest city with the camera and diary hidden in my jacket. I found a 24-hour photo shop run by a bored-looking Chinese guy who didn't ask questions. While waiting for the photos to develop, I read through CT's diary more thoroughly. She'd been watching the warehouse for weeks, documenting dates, times, descriptions of people involved. She named names, not just Dato Ismail and Pakrazak, but several others, including, to my shock, her own father. The pieces fell into place. CT's father wasn't one of the murderers. He was being controlled by them, working for them out of fear or debt or some other hold they had on him, and after his daughter was killed, he'd helped cover it up. The thought made me sick. The photos, when they came, were mostly dark and blurry, taken in haste, in poor light. But a few were clear enough. Men loading packages from a boat, an open package showing hundreds of pills, Dato Ismail overseeing the operation, and most damning, a clear shot of Pakrazak grabbing CT herself, his face contorted with rage as he reached for her. The last photo must have been taken moments before they caught her. I made copies of everything, the photos and diary pages, and sealed them in an envelope with a letter explaining everything, including my encounter with CT's ghost. I addressed it to the reporter in Kuala Lumpur, mentioned in CT's diary, adding a note that this should be opened if anything happened to me. I mailed it before heading back to the kampong, arriving just before dawn. I hid the originals under a loose floorboard in my room and collapsed into bed, exhausted but wired with nervous energy. The next day passed in a haze. I avoided everyone, claiming illness. My mother brought me soup and felt my forehead, fretting about fever. I spent the time thinking about my next move. I had the evidence, but what should I do with it? Go to the police? They were probably in Dato's pocket, the reporter. That would take time. And now that I had the photos, I felt exposed, vulnerable. As night fell, I made my decision. I would confront CT's father directly. Not to accuse him, but to show him I knew the truth, and that others would soon know too. Maybe he could be convinced to come forward himself, to make amends for his role in covering up his daughter's murder. I waited until late, then snuck out again, making my way to their house. The lights were still on downstairs. I knocked softly. CT's father opened the door, surprise registering on his tired face when he saw me. "Hafiz, what are you doing here so late?" "I need to talk to you," I said, "about CT, about what really happened to her." The color drained from his face. He glanced behind him, then stepped outside, closing the door. "You shouldn't be here," he whispered urgently. "You have no idea what you're involving yourself in." "I know more than you think," I replied, pulling out one of the photos, the one showing Pak Razak grabbing CT. "I know she saw something she wasn't supposed to see. I know they killed her for it, and I know you helped cover it up." He stared at the photo, his hands shaking. "Where did you get this?" She hid the camera and her diary. "I have everything, Mr. Cheng, and so does a reporter in KL, in case anything happens to me." It was a bluff. The package wouldn't arrive for a day or two, but he didn't know that. He closed his eyes, shoulders slumping in defeat. "You don't understand. They threatened my wife, my other children. What was I supposed to do?" "Tell the truth," I said. "Help me bring justice for CT." A tear slid down his cheek. "It's too late for justice." "No," said a voice behind me, "it's not." I turned to see CT standing there, more solid than I'd seen her before. Her father's eyes widened in shock and fear. "Tian?" he gasped, stumbling back against the door. She moved forward and I stepped aside. Her father was trembling now, sliding down to a sitting position. "I'm sorry," he sobbed. "I'm so sorry. They said they would kill your mother, your sisters. I was weak. I was a coward." CT knelt before him, her expression softening. "Then be brave now, father. Tell the truth. Help Hafiz." He looked up at her, then at me, then back to his daughter's ghost. Slowly he nodded. "I will," he whispered. "I'll tell everything." CT smiled, a real smile this time, without the sadness that had haunted her features before. She reached out and touched her father's cheek gently. He gasped, but didn't pull away. "Thank you," she said, then turned to me. "And thank you, Hafiz. You've given me peace." She stood and began to fade, not like before, but with a soft golden light surrounding her. The sorrow in her eyes was gone, replaced with something like contentment. And then she was gone, truly gone, I knew somehow. She had moved on. What happened next came in a rush. CT's father convinced his wife to take their other children and go to her sister's house in another state. Then he called the federal police, not the local ones, and told them everything. I added my evidence to his testimony. Dato Ismail, Pak Razak and several others were arrested in pre-dawn raids. The drug smuggling operation was exposed. CT's death was reinvestigated and ruled a homicide. Some in the kampong call me a hero. Others won't look me in the eye. Those who knew what was happening but stayed silent. I don't feel like a hero. I just did what anyone should do when faced with injustice. As for CT, I haven't seen her since that night. I'd like to think she's at peace now. Sometimes when I pass the banyan tree at night, I think I feel something. Not the cold dread of before, but something warmer, like gratitude. I never believed in ghosts before. Now I know better. Some spirits can't rest until justice is served, and sometimes they need the living to help them find peace. The mark on my hand where CT touched me has faded, but never completely disappeared. A reminder, I suppose, that the barrier between life and death isn't as solid as we'd like to believe. Story 19. I'm not sure if anyone will believe me, but I have to get this off my chest. I've been losing sleep for weeks now, and it's getting to the point where I'm afraid to be in my own home. I moved into this apartment in Westfield about a month and a half ago. Nothing fancy, just your standard one-bedroom with an open kitchen and living room setup. The rent was decent, the location worked for my commute, and the landlord seemed normal enough. Nothing about the place set off any alarm bells. The first week was completely normal. I was excited about having my own space after getting out of a bad roommate situation. I spent the weekend setting everything up, arranging furniture, hanging pictures, making it feel like home. I remember feeling really good about the move, like I'd finally caught a break. Then the little things started happening. I'd come home from work to find the shower curtain open when I was positive I'd closed it that morning. At first I just figured I was misremembering. You know how it is when you're on autopilot in the morning. But then cabinet doors in the kitchen would be slightly ajar when I knew I'd closed them. I'd put my keys on the counter and later find them on the coffee table. My phone charger would move from the nightstand to the bathroom counter. All small stuff that made me wonder if I was losing my mind or just being forgetful. I even started taking photos of how I left rooms before heading out, just to prove to myself I wasn't going crazy. But the photos confirmed it. Things were definitely being moved. About 3 weeks ago, I came home after a particularly long day at work. I unlocked my door, stepped inside, and immediately felt something off. The air felt different, almost charged. It's hard to explain, but it was like walking into a room where people had just been arguing. That lingering tension. But it was more than that. It felt like someone had just walked out of sight the moment I opened the door. I did what any rational person would do. I checked every room, looked under the bed, in the shower, behind the curtains. Nothing. But when I got to my bedroom closet, I just couldn't open it. My hand was on the doorknob, but I physically couldn't make myself pull it open. I was absolutely convinced someone was standing on the other side, waiting. I backed out of the bedroom and sat in my living room for hours, staring at the hallway, waiting for something to happen. I eventually fell asleep on the couch, and when morning came, I felt stupid. I marched into the bedroom and yanked open the closet door. Empty, of course, just my clothes and shoes. I laughed at myself, chalked it up to an overactive imagination and too many horror movies. Then the saucepan incident happened. I was making pasta for dinner about a week later, had water boiling on the stove, was chopping vegetables for the sauce. My phone rang from the living room, and I stepped away from the kitchen for maybe 30 seconds to check it. Just a spam call. When I walked back into the kitchen, my saucepan, the one that had been on the stove with water boiling in it, was sitting perfectly centered on the floor. Not tipped over like it had fallen, not splashed with water like it had been dropped, just placed deliberately in the exact center of my kitchen floor. The water was gone, the stove was off. I stood there staring at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There's no way the pan could have moved itself from the stove to the floor without making a sound, without spilling water everywhere. Someone or something had to have moved it. I grabbed my keys and left. Spent the night at a hotel because I couldn't bring myself to stay there. When I came back the next morning, everything was exactly as I'd left it, saucepan still in the middle of the floor. I picked it up with shaking hands and put it in the sink. I considered breaking my lease, but I'd spent almost all my savings on the deposit and first month's rent. And what would I tell the landlord? That my apartment was haunted? that something was moving my stuff around. He'd think I was nuts. So I stayed. But I started keeping a detailed log of everything that happened, taking pictures of how I left rooms, recording timestamps. I thought maybe if I had evidence, someone would believe me. The following weekend, my buddy Mike was supposed to come over to watch the game. I was actually relieved to have someone else in the apartment with me. About 10 minutes after he was due to arrive, there was a knock at the door. I went to answer it, but when I opened the door, Mike was standing there looking completely freaked out. "Dude, what the hell?" he said, walking past me into the apartment. "What?" I asked, closing the door behind him. "I've been knocking for like 5 minutes. I saw you through the peephole, just standing there staring at me. Then you walked away." I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. "Mike, I just came from the bathroom. I wasn't standing at the door." He looked at me like I was playing a prank. "Don't mess with me, man. I literally watched you walk away from the door after staring at me for a solid minute. It was creepy as hell. Why didn't you answer?" I tried to explain that it wasn't me, but he didn't believe me. He thought I was messing with him. We tried to watch the game, but there was this tension between us. He left at halftime, making some excuse about having plans. I could tell he was uncomfortable. After he left, I sat in my silent apartment trying to process what he'd told me. Something that looked like me had been at my door, something that could mimic my appearance. The thought made me physically ill. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking I heard footsteps in the hallway or breathing from the corner of my bedroom. I turned on all the lights and searched the apartment again. Nothing. I finally fell asleep around 2 a.m. from sheer exhaustion. At exactly 3:07 a.m., I remember checking my phone. I woke up to the sound of a woman humming in my bathroom. It wasn't loud, but it was clear as day. A slow, melodic tune I didn't recognize. I lay frozen in my bed, afraid to move, afraid to even breathe. The humming continued for maybe 2 minutes, then stopped abruptly. I heard what sounded like a soft laugh, then silence. I didn't get out of bed until morning. When I checked the bathroom, nothing was out of place, but the air felt cold, much colder than the rest of the apartment. 2 days later, I invited my sister over for dinner, hoping she could either validate what I was experiencing or convince me I was imagining things. She's always been the practical one in the family. I didn't tell her anything beforehand. I wanted her unbiased opinion. We were sitting on the couch after dinner when she suddenly looked over her shoulder toward the hallway. "Did you just call my name?" she asked. My stomach dropped. "No." She frowned, looking confused. "I swear I just heard someone whisper, 'Sarah,' right in my ear." She rubbed the back of her neck. "And it feels like someone's touching my hair." I couldn't speak. I was both terrified and relieved. Terrified because it confirmed something was in my apartment, but relieved because I wasn't going crazy. Sarah stayed another hour, but I could tell she was uncomfortable. Before she left, she asked if I felt okay living alone, said the apartment had a weird vibe and maybe I should get a roommate. I almost told her everything then, but I was afraid she'd think I was having some kind of breakdown. The next few days, things escalated. I'd wake up to find all my kitchen chairs arranged in a circle. My clothes would be taken out of drawers and folded in neat piles on the floor. The TV would turn on by itself, always to static. And the sounds, footsteps, whispers, that same humming, became more frequent. But the worst part, the thing that's driven me to write this, happened last night. I came home from work late, around 8 p.m. I was exhausted and just wanted to shower and go to bed. As I was undressing in the bathroom, I caught movement in the mirror. I turned around, but nothing was there. When I looked back at the mirror, I saw myself, but not myself. It's hard to explain. It was my reflection, but the movements were slightly off, like there was a delay. And the expression, I was tired, worried, but my reflection was smiling. A small, knowing smile that I definitely wasn't making. I backed away from the mirror, and my reflection did too, matching my movements again. I told myself it was just my tired brain playing tricks on me. I got in the shower, trying to calm down. The shower has one of those frosted glass doors. As I was washing my hair, I saw a dark shape through the glass, someone standing just outside the shower. I froze, shampoo running into my eyes, heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking. No response, but the figure didn't move. It just stood there watching me through the frosted glass. I couldn't make out features, just a human-shaped darkness. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually I worked up the courage to slide the door open just a crack. Nothing was there. The bathroom was empty. I finished showering in record time, got dressed, and went to the living room. I wasn't going to sleep in the bedroom again. I set up a makeshift bed on the couch and turned on all the lights. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke up suddenly around 2 a.m. The TV was on, showing static. All the lights were off, and there was someone sitting in the chair across from me. It was me, or something that looked exactly like me. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity. It didn't move. Neither did I. I couldn't even scream. Then it smiled, that same smile I'd seen in the mirror, and said in my voice, "You should leave." I blinked, and it was gone. The lights came back on by themselves. The TV shut off. I grabbed my keys and phone and ran out of the apartment in my pajamas. I spent the night in my car in a Walmart parking lot. I'm at a coffee shop now, writing this. I don't know what to do. I can't go back there, but I can't afford to just abandon my apartment. No one believes me. Why would they? It sounds insane, but I know what I saw. Something is in my apartment. Something that can look like me, sound like me. And I think it wants me gone. I don't know if it's a ghost or something else. I've been looking online for similar experiences, trying to find answers. I've found stories about doppelgangers, about entities that can mimic human appearance, but nothing exactly like what I'm experiencing. Has anyone else gone through something like this? Does anyone know what I'm dealing with or how to make it stop? I'm desperate here. I can't keep living like this, afraid to be in my own home, afraid of seeing myself where I shouldn't be. I'm going to a hotel tonight. I don't care about the cost anymore. I can't go back there. Not after last night. Not after seeing myself. Story 20. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family before. Even typing this makes my hands shake a little. I'm 34 now, but what happened when I was 6 still haunts me in ways I can't explain. I grew up in Pinewood, a tiny farming community where everybody knew everybody. Our house sat on 5 acres of land, surrounded by cornfields and a small wooded area to the north. It was the kind of place where you could go days without hearing a car pass by. At night, it was just crickets, occasional owl hoots, and sometimes coyotes in the distance. My bedroom was at the end of our single-story farmhouse. It had these faded yellow wallpaper with little pink flowers that I used to count when I couldn't sleep. My bed was an old wooden frame that my grandfather had made, with about 8 inches of space between the floor and the bottom of the box spring. Just enough room for monsters to hide, according to my childhood logic. I remember that night so clearly, even 28 years later. It was early October, not quite cold enough for the heat to be on, but chilly enough that Mom had added an extra quilt to my bed. Dad had tucked me in like normal. He'd sat on the edge of my bed, asked about my day at school, and ruffled my hair like he always did. Mom came in after, kissed my forehead, and they both left, pulling the door almost closed, but leaving that familiar crack of hallway light. I wasn't particularly scared of the dark as a kid. Living out in the countryside, you get used to it. But that night felt different somehow. I remember lying there, listening to my parents' muffled voices in the living room and the sound of the TV. I was just starting to get drowsy when I heard it. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was slow and deliberate. Long, dragging scratches against the wooden floor coming from under my bed. My whole body went cold instantly. I couldn't move. It wasn't like the scurrying of mice or the random house creaks I'd gotten used to. This was purposeful, methodical. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The sound was deep, like something with long, sharp nails was dragging them across the floorboards. I wanted to scream for my parents, but my voice wouldn't work. I could only lie there, rigid with fear, my eyes fixed on the ceiling. Just as I finally gathered the courage to yell for my dad, the scratching stopped. There was a moment of complete silence that felt even worse than the noise. Then I felt movement under the bed. The mattress shifted slightly, and I heard what sounded like fabric brushing against the floor. I was frozen in place as something began to crawl out from under my bed, on the side closest to the door. In the dim light from the hallway, I saw a figure emerge and slowly stand up. It was my dad, or at least, it looked like my dad. He stood there at the foot of my bed, partially illuminated by the thin line of light from the hallway. He was wearing the same flannel shirt and jeans he'd had on earlier, but something was off. His posture wasn't quite right. He stood too still, too rigid. "You forgot to say your prayers," he said. His voice was flat, not quite the warm, slightly gruff voice I knew. I couldn't speak, I couldn't breathe. I just stared at him as he turned and walked out of my room without another word. He didn't close the door any further or pull it open wider. He just left. I lay there for what felt like hours, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly. Eventually, exhaustion must have taken over because I fell asleep. The next morning, I went to the kitchen where Mom was making pancakes and Dad was reading the newspaper. Everything seemed completely normal. They both smiled at me, asked if I slept well. I hesitated, then asked Dad why he had been under my bed last night. He looked at me with genuine confusion. "What are you talking about, Emma?" "I wasn't in your room after we tucked you in." "Yes, you were. You came out from under my bed and told me I forgot my prayers." Dad exchanged a look with Mom, the kind parents give each other when their kid says something bizarre. "Honey, I was watching TV with your mother until we went to bed. I didn't go into your room." "But I saw you," I insisted. "You were wearing your red flannel shirt." Dad showed me his hands, rough and calloused from farm work. "And how would I fit under your bed? I'm too big." I didn't know what to say to that. He was right. My dad was a big man, over 6 feet tall with broad shoulders. The space under my bed was small, but I knew what I'd seen and heard. Mom came over and felt my forehead. "You must have had a bad dream, sweetie. Sometimes dreams can seem very real." I didn't bring it up again that day, but the memory stayed with me, vivid and unsettling. It wasn't like a dream at all. Dreams fade and blur around the edges, but this was sharp and clear in my mind. A few weeks later, I got up the courage to ask my dad about it again. We were sitting on the porch swing, watching the sunset over the cornfields. "Dad, do you remember when I said you came out from under my bed?" He sighed. "Emma, I told you that was just a dream. But it felt so real, and I wasn't even asleep yet." He put his arm around me. "Sometimes our minds play tricks on us, especially when we're tired. I promise you, I was never under your bed." I tried to believe him. I wanted to believe him. But every night for months afterward, I checked under my bed before getting in. I even started saying prayers before bedtime, just in case that's what the thing that looked like my dad really wanted. Over the years, I'd occasionally bring it up, hoping for a different answer. Maybe it had been a prank, or maybe he'd actually been checking for monsters under my bed and decided to use it as a teaching moment about prayers. But my dad's answer never changed. He always denied being there, always seemed genuinely confused by my insistence. When I was around 12, he finally got frustrated with me for bringing it up again. "Emma, enough! I never crawled out from under your bed. Never! It was a dream or your imagination, but it wasn't me. Let it go." I didn't mention it again after that, but I never forgot. It was when I was in college, home for Thanksgiving break, that I realized something that made my blood run cold. I was helping Mom set the table when I noticed Dad's hands as he carved the turkey. His nails were short and clean, just as they'd always been, farmers' hands, practical and well-maintained. In that moment, it hit me. The scratching sound I'd heard that night. It had been deep, pronounced, the sound of long nails dragging across wood. But my dad had never had long nails. Not once in my entire life had I seen him with nails that could make that kind of sound. I almost dropped the plates I was holding. Mom asked if I was okay, and I mumbled something about being tired from the drive home, but inside, my mind was racing. If it wasn't my dad under the bed that night, then what was it? What had crawled out and stood in my room, wearing my father's face but not quite getting it right? That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in my old bedroom, staring at the ceiling, just like I had all those years ago. The bed was different now. Mom had replaced it with a day bed when I went to college, so she could use my room as a guest room. There was no space underneath this one, just drawers. I thought back to that night, trying to recall every detail. The way Dad had stood too still, the flatness in his voice, the way he'd just appeared and disappeared without opening the door wider or making any noise in the hallway. It occurred to me that I'd never heard him walk back to the living room after he left my bedroom. Our farmhouse had creaky wooden floors that announced everyone's movements, but after he walked out, there had been nothing. No footsteps, no sound of him rejoining Mom in the living room. Over the years, I've researched sleep paralysis, night terrors, and childhood imagination. I've tried to convince myself it was just a vivid dream or some kind of hallucination, but none of those explanations quite fit. I wasn't paralyzed, just frozen with fear. I wasn't asleep when it started, and the memory hasn't faded or changed like dreams do. I've never had any other paranormal experiences. I'm not someone who sees ghosts around every corner or believes in demons, but I can't explain what happened that night. What crawled out from under my bed? Why did it look like my dad? And why did it care whether I'd said my prayers? Sometimes I wonder if it was trying to protect me in some way. "Say your prayers" was a common phrase in our household, a reminder of safety and routine. But why deliver that message in such a terrifying way? I'm married now with kids of my own. My husband knows this story, though I can tell he thinks it was just a childhood nightmare. My dad passed away 3 years ago, and at his funeral, I almost brought it up to Mom one last time, but I couldn't. What would be the point? She'd never believed me either. My oldest child is approaching 6 now, and sometimes when I tuck her in at night, I get a chill remembering my own childhood bedroom. I've made sure her bed sits directly on the floor. No space underneath for anything to hide. I tell myself it's to store toys underneath, but I know the real reason. Sometimes I catch myself checking her room in the middle of the night, standing in her doorway just watching her sleep. Not because I'm worried about her, but because I'm worried about what might visit her. What if whatever it was runs in the family? What if it's waiting for her to reach the same age I was? Last month, she asked me why we say prayers before bed. I fumbled for an explanation about tradition and faith, but what I really wanted to say was, so nothing crawls out from dark places pretending to be someone it's not. I've never been able to shake the feeling that something was trying to send me a message that night. Or maybe it was trying to take something from me, my sense of security, my trust in what's real, my belief that my parents could protect me from everything. Whatever it was, it succeeded. Because to this day, I still sometimes find myself lying awake at night, listening for the sound of scratching underneath me, wondering if it's still out there somewhere, waiting to deliver another message. And sometimes, When my husband rolls over in his sleep and his face catches the shadows just right, I have to remind myself that he's really who he appears to be. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that night in Pinewood, but I know this. Whatever crawled out from under my bed wasn't my father, and I'm still saying my prayers just in case.